Recording in progress.
What a wonderful, wonderful day. I will never forget. After I wander in darkness and day, this was my Savior I met. Oh, what a tender, compassionate friend. He met the needs of my heart. Shallow dispelled, with joy I am blessed. He made that the darkness deeper. Heaven came down and glory filled my soul. When under grace, my Savior made me whole. My sins are washed away, and my night was done today. Heaven came down and glory filled my soul. Heaven came down and glory filled my soul. Blessings came down and glory filled my soul. Joy came and glory filled my soul. Blessings came and glory filled my soul. Satisfaction came and glory filled my soul. And glory filled my soul. Opportunities and glory filled my soul. And since when washed away, and my mind was done today. Heaven came down and glory filled my soul. To a good Lord, to be praised and adored. You alone are worthy, Lord, to be praised and adored. You be faithful, Lord, from the ages past. That is why your name is forevermore. You will know that's worthy, Lord, to be praised and adored. You will know that's worthy, Lord, to be praised and adored. You be faithful, Lord, from the ages past. That is why your name, Lord, is forevermore. have a dream, a song to sing, to help me go with everything. If you see the wonder of the fairy tale, you can see the future. If you need to fail, I believe in an angel. Something good in everything I see. I believe in an angel. When I know the time is right for me, I cross the street. I have a dream. To sing, to help me go with everything. If you see the wonder of the fairy tale, we got to the future, even if we fail. I believe in angels. I believe in angels. When I know the time is right for me, I'll cross the street. I'll have a dream. I'm the way when it's night and day, and the sun shining in on the mountain top. I took a trip on the sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. Sad to say, I'm on my way. We'll be back for many days. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl, kiss it down. Running down the way when it's night again, and the sun shining in on the mountain top. I took a trip on the sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. Sad to say, I'm on my way. We'll be back for many days. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl thinking. Oh yeah, down girl in the boat, sha-la-la-la-la. Down girl in the boat, sha-la-la-la-la-la. Down girl in the boat, sha-la-la-la-la. She looks like a sheep in the tea, sha-la-la. Oh, down girl in the boat, sha-la-la-la-la. Down girl in the boat, sha-la-la-la-la. Down girl in the boat, sha-la-la-la-la. Chappal everywhere. Òṣìṣẹ́ ọkùnrin kígbe kálukú kígbe owó. Ọkùnrin kígbe kálukú kígbe owó. Túnbọ̀nà tí Zizi múra gẹ́gẹ́ máa ká ẹ mọ́lé. Zizi múra gẹ́gẹ́ máa ká ẹ wálé. A ní mo bèrè títí ṣé wọn ò jíṣẹ́ fún ẹni. Ìyá ló gbà owó ló wá rẹ̀. Mo bèrè títí wọn ò jíṣẹ́ fún ẹni. Ìyá ló gbà náírà ló wá rẹ̀. Wọ́n ti gbàgbé pé ìlú lé o. Òṣèré lóde. Ìlú lé o. Òṣèré lóde. Ọkùnrin kígbe. Ọkùnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló kígbe o. Ọkùnrin kígbe. Ọkùnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló kígbe o. Eko wa kìtì. Ilé ọ̀gbọ́n. Àná mi ṣálẹ̀ jẹ̀lẹ̀pẹ̀ o. Ìkóló lówó, ìkóló lómi, ìkóló làwọn ajé. Ìkó wà kété ìlú ọkọ. Àná mi ṣálẹ̀ pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀. ṣe nǹkan mọ́.
Ìkà kò ní gbà o.
Òṣìkà má ṣe nǹkan mọ́.
Ìkà kò ní gbà o.
Ẹ sọ fún wọn kọ́ yín ṣe nǹkan mọ́.
Ìkà kò ní gbà o.
Ẹ já wọn sí kọ́ yín ṣe nǹkan mọ́ rẹ̀.
Ìkà kò ní gbà o.
Ó máa yí wọn kọ́ yín ṣe nǹkan mọ́.
Ìkà kò ní gbà o.
Torí ìkà àpòlíkà o.
Rere abẹ́ ní rere.
Ìkà àpòlíkà o. Láyé.
Rere abẹ́ ní rere.
Àmọ́ ṣá.
Ẹni jẹ́ nǹkan láyé.
Aya lè á jẹ́. Ọmọ lè á jẹ́. Òun náà awẹ́wẹ́ gẹ̀.
Mo wá kí má ṣàṣe dànù. Láyé mi tí mo wá kí má ṣàṣe rí. Ó ti Olúwa pinnu. Ó ti Olúwa ṣèlérí. Ó ti Olúwa pinnu. Láyé mi tí mo wá kí má ṣàṣe dànù. Láyé mi tí mo wá kí má ṣàṣe rí. Ó ti Olúwa pinnu.
Olúwa ṣèlérí, èmi tí bólúwa pinnu mímọ́. Láyé mi tí mo wá kí má kọ̀ máa ṣiṣẹ́. Láyé mi tí mo wá kí má kọ̀ máa ṣiṣẹ́. Láyé mi tí mo wá kí má ṣiṣẹ́ oníṣẹ́. Iṣẹ́ oníṣẹ́ àṣedànù ni. Iṣẹ́ oníṣẹ́ àṣedànù ni. Bàbá wa fèrè síṣẹ́ mi tèmi, kí bàbá wa fèrè síṣẹ́ ọwọ́ mi o. Iṣẹ́ oníṣẹ́ àṣedànù ni. Mo ti bólúwa ṣèlérí o. Mo ti bólúwa ṣèlérí o. Láyé mi.
Mo ti bólúwa ṣèlérí. Mo ti bólúwa pinnu. Láyé mi tí mo wá kí má ṣàṣeyọrí. Láyé mi tí mo wá kí má ṣàṣeyọrí. Mo ti bólúwa pinnu.
Torí wípé tèmi lọ́lúwa, tèmi lọ́lúwa, tèmi lọ́lúwa.
Tèmi lọ́lúwa, tèmi lọ́lúwa, tèmi lọ́lúwa.
tó ń ṣọ́ Elédùmarè orí ẹ̀kọ́ ló máa kú sí.
Ọdẹ tó ń ṣọ́ Elédùmarè orí ẹ̀kọ́ ló máa kú sí.
Ọdẹ tó ń ṣọ́ Elédùmarè orí ẹ̀gbọ́n ló máa kú sí o. Ọdẹ tó ń ṣọ́ Elédùmarè mi orí ẹ̀gbọ́n ló máa bá lọ.
Ọdẹ tó ń ṣọ́ Elédùmarè orí ẹ̀gbọ́n ló máa kú sí.
Ọdẹ tó ń ṣọ́ Elédùmarè
Orí ẹ̀gbọ́n ló máa kú sí.
ènìyàn tí mo fẹ́ràn jù nílé ayé.
Ìyá mi, bàbá mi àti ìyàwó mi ni.
Ènìyàn tí mo fẹ́ràn jù nílé ayé. Ìyá tó bí mi sáyé. Ìyá tó ṣọ́ lọ́kàn tó wà mí wá sáyé. Àti bàbá tó bí mi lọ́mọ. Jí kí mi yé mo bá rìn dé dáadáa. Ènìyàn tí mo fẹ́ràn jù gbòǹgbò.
Ìyá mi, bàbá mi àti ìyàwó mi ni. Ọmọ mi, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, àtàbúrò mi.
Ọmọ mi.
Ọmọ mi, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, àtàbúrò mi.
Òjò ni wá àwọn mẹ́ni kan ṣọ̀tá.
Ẹni ojú ilé jí kan.
Òjò ni wá àwọn mẹ́ni kan ṣọ̀tá.
Ẹni ojú ilé jí pa.
Ó ti dá mi lójú pé
Ẹni bínú wa, ẹni rò wá, síbi yàtọ̀ lọ, tó máa rò wá, síbi yàtọ̀ lọ, ẹni pọ̀ wá, síbi yàtọ̀ lọ, tó máa pọ̀ wá, síbi yàtọ̀ lọ, ẹni mọ̀ náà tó máa gbà.
òjò ni wá àwọn mẹ́ni kan ṣọ̀tá.
Ẹni ojú ilé jí pa.
Òjò ni wá àwọn mẹ́ni kan ṣọ̀tá.
Ẹni ojú ilé jí pa.
Ó ti dá mi lójú pé
Ẹni bínú wa, ẹni rò wá, síbi yàtọ̀ lọ, tó bá rò wá, síbi yàtọ̀ lọ, ẹni pọ̀ wá, síbi yàtọ̀ lọ, tó pọ̀ wá, síbi yàtọ̀ lọ, ẹni mọ̀ náà tó máa gbà.
mo sọ fún ẹ o.
Ọ̀tá mi dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi.
Mo sọ fún wọn o.
Ọ̀tá mi dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi. Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi.
Elérò gbogbo.
Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi.
Abínú ẹni o.
Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi.
Alálàlà.
Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi.
Elérò gbogbo.
Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi.
Àbàtẹ̀dẹ̀jọ́ ìdẹ̀.
Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi.
Amọ̀níṣe ni o.
Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi.
Elérò gbogbo.
Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi.
Àmọ̀tún ni ìyá funfun lọ́rọ̀ mi. Ẹ̀dá tó mọ̀ wẹ̀ kó gbá lọ.
Ọ̀sàrẹ́.
Ẹ̀dá tó mọ̀ wẹ̀ kó gbá lọ.
Ọ̀sàrẹ́. Èyí tí ó mọ̀wé, èyí tí ó mọ̀wé, kò gbọ́dọ̀ ta fẹ́lẹ́fẹ́lẹ́.
Èdùmàrè sọ fún mi náà kó aṣọ kẹ́sù mi.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
kò sí lọ́rọ̀ mi ò ẹgbẹ́ mẹ́fẹ́.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Recording stopped.
Ìbànújẹ́ kò sí lọ́rọ̀ mi ò wá dúpẹ́ sáyọ̀.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Kí ni màá fi san fún ọ bàbá o.
Ọba ògo. Okay now.
Kí ni màá fi san fún ọ ọlọ́run.
Ọba ògo.
Kí ni màá fi san lẹ́rẹ̀ ọlọ́run.
Ọba ògo.
Nítorí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ìgbà tó tàbí ìmúwalẹ̀, ìwọ ló kọ́ wá gbọ́. Ó jẹ́ kó mọ̀ páyà fẹ́lẹ́ mi tó wá lọ́wọ́. Àtìgbà yìí ni mo ti ń rògò rẹ̀ tán. Nínú ayé mi, màjò máyọ̀ máa bàbá fún ọ. Ọba ògo.
Ọba tí ń gbé inú
Ní àtọ̀lá.
ọba tí ń gbé inú adélé bọ̀ ṣògo. Ọba wàrà ládì àlàáfíà. Funfun nẹ́nẹ́ ògbèrègì tí ajíbẹ̀ ọjọ́ ikú dà. Ọba tí torí ẹni tí ó sún wọ́n ṣe. Ọlọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ wà dúrà mi.
Ọlọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
Ọlọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ wà dúrà mi.
Ọlọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
Alẹ́ gbógun lè ṣu ní alẹ́ ọlọ́run
Sọ́tà sọ. Ọlọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Olúwa ló ṣe mí tó ràn mí wá. Gbogbo àwọn àyànfẹ́ ló ṣe lógo. Olúwa ló pè mí tó yàn mí wá. Gbogbo àwọn àyànfẹ́ ló ṣe lógo.
Thank you very much. I thank you very much. Bring up the microphone, please. Bring it up a little. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Your Honors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special gala organized as part of celebration of the Osun Development Association 30th anniversary. And of course, we're not breaking the show, but it's very, very important for us to announce that there is a particular vehicle outside, a car outside, parked outside. But I think as a result of the excitement going on inside here, the driver of the car forgot to switch off, and the engine of the car has continued to run. And good-natured, kind-hearted Nigerians have come to inform us that the person who owns the car or the driver of the car should please go outside and switch off the ignition of the car. Well, maybe the person has a fuel distribution company, but it doesn't really matter. Instead of us wasting that fuel, I can as well be given some liters of fuel. I want to thank you all for coming. And of course, the chairman, the event chairperson has been here even ever before the sound bled out. And their excellencies are here. And of course, the chairman of the Osun Development Association, the ever respectable intercontinental figure, an icon of fintech in Nigeria, Africa, and all over the world, has been here this morning, and he arrived even before the commencement of all that we are doing here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, the founders of ODA are here. Their excellencies are here. The kitchen is ready. The bandstand is ready. And so what's next for us is to go straight into the event of today. But after that announcement, and I want to believe that the driver of the car ought to have gone out now to switch off the ignition. The bandstand will play for us for another 2 minutes, and we will go straight into the prayer. Let me also say that His Imperial Majesty, the Owa Obokun of Ijesha Land, is here. Where I see the Ajiroba, I know the Owa is present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to everybody. I appreciate you all on behalf of ODA, the chairman, the executive, and the planning committee. It promises to be a wonderful time for all of us. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
Happy 30th anniversary. Pata 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 to balode. Ayé ló máa sọ̀sọ̀ kú sọ.
Money,
Just carry on to the good sign. And God sees me at the front. At the same time, we are doing right. If you turn and stand up, stand down, you could define like that. To the Bible, that's how I'm trying to so for nothing. Change your book, change your money, not to that. Change your book for fire, for fire. All of that, they come on.
Your Excellencies, Your Worships, Your Royal Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome the dignitaries here today to one of the programs designed for the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the Osun Development Association. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the celebration of the 30 years anniversary, the Pearl anniversary, encapsulates the Osun Development Summit held on Thursday, the 4th of December 2025, which we all participated in that particular day. And of course, today's event is the special gala, which I believe everyone here will enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, at this particular forum, past state leaders and young achievers will be honored. And also some new members are expected to be inducted. Ladies and gentlemen, the story, the trajectory of the Osun Development Association is that of voluntary service to humanity, dedication and commitment to the progress of the state that is at the center of the Yoruba nation, the state from which other communities in Yoruba land emanated. Don't forget that it's in Osun State that we have the cradle of the Yoruba race, and that is Ile-Ife. And so for ODA to keep us on our toes, to remember the good things, the progress that Osun State has been recording and which it will continue to record, can we all put our hands together for ODA? And thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, without God, we are nothing. And the handlers of ODA, past, present, and in the future, are men and women of God. And so now we will start the program first and foremost with the national anthem. And I hope the sound man is ready. And after the national anthem, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on to the opening prayer. Mr. Demola Fabumi should be ready to lead us before God Almighty. The soundman, are you ready? The excellencies are ready. The Royal Majesties are ready. Everyone is ready. If you are ready, can we all rise in unison in honor of Nigeria for the national anthem. The first stanza only, please, Sandman. The first stanza, only the first stanza.
Our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Can we have Your Excellencies, we thank you. Can we all be seated? On behalf of the chairman of the Osun Development Association, members of the executive, chairman planning committee of this particular event, and indeed all the members of the association, we'd like to welcome each and every one of us here today, and most especially their excellencies and our fathers and mothers who have contributed in no small measures to the development of Osun State. Ladies and gentlemen, as we flow gradually into the program of today, I'd like to invite Mr. Demola Fabomi to please step up stage to lead us before God, because God is the creator of the seven heavens, the earth, and everything within. Praise the Lord.
Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty Father, we thank you. We glorify your name for bringing us safely to this place. Father, we acknowledge you as our Lord and Savior. We want to thank you, Lord, that we planned this event and you have made it to come to pass. We glorify your name for it, Father, in the mighty name of Jesus. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for the safety of those of us that have been able to come. And we also pray for those that are on their way, that, Father, you lead them to this place safely in the mighty name of Jesus. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you because we know that you are here. And we also know that in all the things that we have been doing for 30 years, that you are always with us. And that is the reason why we are surviving. But we thank you, Lord, for all the grace, the mercy that you have extended to us. We glorify your name for it, Father, in the name of Jesus. Heavenly Father, as we go into this program, we hand everything over into your hand. Because we know that anything that you have a hand in will always be successful. So we hand it over into your hand, and we pray, Heavenly Father, that everything will go in order and successfully in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you, glorious Father. Your name is exalted. Thank you, Father, For in Jesus' precious mighty name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly we will make some introductions, but I'd like to inform everyone here that by the instructions given to me about 24 hours ago by Dr. Segun Aina, everyone will be introduced. That was his mandate, and it's yet to change. But quickly, why are we here? Of course, we've said one or two things about why we're here. Let me start by introducing the chairperson for this event. And of course, our mother is the first female engineer of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. That's correct. Ladies and gentlemen, it's one name that rings a bell in every corner of the world. A woman like 7 men. Those who worked with her, particularly in the broadcast industry and elsewhere, attest to the fact that she is one woman who is finicky when it comes to matters of excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome here today Engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka, MFR. Please, can we put our hands together for her? Mommy, we appreciate you always. I wouldn't even know who is actually taking care of the other, whether daddy is taking care of you or you are taking care of daddy. Because the other time we met you, at that time, both of you were looking so youthful and so vibrant. But now I'm not saying daddy, but I've asked of him here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, if you appreciate motherhood, put your hand together for the first female engineer in this country. You're most welcome. We appreciate you, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you, ma. That's the chairperson. Without her say-so, the MC will not be able to do anything. Without her say-so, the kitchen will not be able to serve. Without her say-so, the bandstand will not be able to play music. And that is because she's the chairperson of this event. From my end, I give you a thunderous round of applause, ma. Having introduced the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, we have a governor in Osun State, a governor who is known for a lot of things. A governor who works very, very hard, turning the infrastructural development story of Osun State to that of positive level. And at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, my governor can dance. And because Mr. Governor Danda is an exhibition of the happiness that each and every one of us in Osun State bandy about, I wouldn't know who can dance better between myself and Mr. Governor. But that day will come. There's going to be a dancing competition. Ladies and gentlemen, the Asiwaju of Edeland, His Excellency the Governor of Osun State, is represented here today by no less a personality than a man of God. Ladies and gentlemen, a man of God who pastors a church, who tries as much as possible, uses the words of the Bible to change the society for the better, and is also the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce and Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we welcome His Excellency Mr. Governor Reverend Bumi Jenyo. And of course, the history of ODA will never be exhausted without mentioning the fact that ODA, Osun Development, does not joke with education. And ODA has done a lot to touch the lives of students and teachers and scholars and educators in Osun State. What can we say? Where you have a man of high-level intellection like Dr. Segun Aina, OFR, as the chairman, don't forget the fact that the foundation of ODA itself is steeped in high-level erudition, where you have our fathers like Professor Oluwaina, and some others grooming this particular association. They don't joke with education. And so the Honorable Commissioner for Education in Osun State is here. He must be here, and he must listen to ODA, and that's why he's here today. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Eluwole Sunday Adedipo is here. Can we put our hands together for him? And of course, another member of the cabinet, Honorable Abiodun Ojo, popularly known as Fafa, is also. Can we put our hands together for the Honorable Commissioner, please? That's a heavy representation for Mr. Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, having introduced the current governor, let me quickly welcome here, ladies and gentlemen, a distinguished Nigerian scholar, administrator par excellence, and the chairman of the National Universities Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, we speak of our father, a man of honor, who receives prayers from several mouths, people whose lives he has touched, students, workers, administrators. And let me also say that the history of the Oton Ayegbaju Development Union, APU, will never be complete without a mention of his name. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here today our father, erudite scholar, Professor Olu Aino, OFR. Please, can we put our hands together for Baba? Welcome, sir. I don't really know. Baba is an octogenarian. Their generation, it's a group. General Ani Akinri-Ade, Chibisi Akande, His Excellency, and some other people like that. If you see them, they are getting younger and younger by day. I think nutritionists will have to find out what they are eating so that people like us will not grow older than them when they are even our grandfather. Daddy, I'll visit you one day, sir. You tell me some of those things that you are eating. Looking so smart and wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, and also here today, let me quickly go to introduce their excellencies before I come back. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here today, okay, let me follow a little bit of protocol here, because I know the trajectory of their governance in Osun State. And of course, myself, Oyeshiku Adelu, that's my name, and Femi Adefila, we were State House correspondents those yesteryears. I know that His Excellency, Navy Captain Udofia, will not recognize his face again. And I happen to be his closest son at that time. In fact, I started growing beards because I wanted to look like him. I was State House correspondent. He was a superbly good administrator. Anywhere he went, I went. He cannot recognize this face again. There was a time, this particular father of mine, wonderful human being, called me inside his office, the military administrator, and he said, I should remove the sunglasses that I was wearing. When I removed it, there was a very, very big boil on my eyes. And he said, so you have this thing and you are covering your eyes and you are following me about? He said, I've been looking at you. I thought maybe you were a member of the Nadeco that have been pursuing us all over the place. But my intelligence told me that you are just doing your work. And I was a triangular person. And on that particular day, His Excellency opened his drawer, counted a sum of 2,000 naira of that time, put it inside the envelope. It was a big, my salary at that time was 2,350 naira. And he put it inside his envelope, and he said, you are my brother, oh. Anything you want, just make sure you see me. But I never saw him. The type of person that I am. So at the end of his administration, and I kept on working and working and working like that. At the end of his administration, he called me to the government house again. And he brought out 2 pairs of white shoes, naval shoes. And he said, Oyeshuku, I want to give you this shoe. Take it. I said, the size of my feet is bigger than yours, sir. He said, I know you will say that. His Excellency took me all the way from Oshogbo to his house, I think around the Ikoyi or Victoria Island here, not far from NTA. And we were together in a sitting room. Maybe I'm trying to juggle his memory. And he said, Oyeshiku, do you know where they are posting me now? I said, I don't know, sir. He said, they are posting me to Okemene. Do you know where Okemene? I said, I don't know the place, sir. His Excellency is putting his hands together. Please, can you put your hands together for His Excellency? I said, I don't know. He said, that your salary is too poor. I will take you to Okemene, where you will become a rich man. But you know, the voice of God. Inside that sitting room, I started hearing a voice, go back to your state. And I hearkened to that voice. And that's why I'm still in Osun State today. I went back to Osun State, and I have become what I have become. But I will never forget him. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Navy Captain Anthony Udofia, MSS, DSS, FWC. God continue to bless you eternally, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, another of our military administrators came here. This military administrator, when he was there, he was a very, very tough man. But his heart was very, very soft. Only if you knew how to reach his heart. He was a very, very tough. He wanted Osun State to transform. He was the first military administrator that I knew as State House correspondent who started what had the semblance of urban renewal in Osun State. Because he was a military man, he told everybody who had a house by the roadside in Oshogbo to compulsorily go and paint their houses. Whether you are rich or poor, go and paint. And his administration started packing all the loads of debris and dirty things all over the place and all that. It was, in fact, Oga, you should pay me, because you really disturbed me at the time. We were always following him about. And he said he was going to do something. He said he wanted to make a mark. So he earmarked a particular parcel of land at MDS, one in Elisha, one in Oshogbo, one at Ife. But there was no money. Ogaba Migboye put resources together and constructed what became a complex, shopping complex in Osun State, the first ever. Femi Adefila will bear me witness. That's the man here. Ashiwaju, Colonel Theophilus Aduragbemi, Bamigboye, FSS, MSS, PSC, GAGA, FNPR. Oga, please, I can tell you to rise on your feet now for you to. At that time, you were always pushing us about. Thank you, sir. And let me also mention the fact that it was Colonel Bamigboye who struggled to finish up the infracidal war between the Ife and the Mudakeke people. Professor Oluwaino, Daddy was shaking his head. Because I followed him, we went to every nook and cranny of Ife Mudakeke at that time, and he spent only 9 months as military administrator. Congratulations, Your Excellency, sir. We appreciate you. If I didn't say all of this, I'll be guilty and my conscience will be pushing me. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also quickly introduce a former deputy governor in Osun State, a complete gentleman par excellence. He transited from the banking industry, went into entrepreneurial activities where he excelled again, and now he went back into politics and he became the deputy governor of Osun State. His Excellency, Chief Benedict Boyega Alabi, please can we put our hands together for him? Ladies and gentlemen, in this room today, ODA has been able to achieve something. ODA has been able to bring history here. The personalities in this arena today, they are the history of Osun State. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I said this is the history and the story of Osun State because the first head of service is here with his spouse, our father. He is the Bob Agunwa of Igbajo Land, former Managing Director, CEO, National Economic Reconstruction Fund, NEFund. My father, Chief Mrs. Inolaji Abuaba, first head of service and secretary to the state government. Can we put our hands together for Daddy, please? And of course, Daddy has brought here today is heartthrob. You know, some men, when you introduce their wives or their spouse, they are heart trouble. But in Daddy's case, it is heartthrob. It is not heart trouble. So, the woman who makes the heart of Daddy to throb, our mother, Chief Mrs. Inolaji Abuaba. Please, can we put our hands together for her, please? And also here today, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I have the mandate of the convener for us to introduce everybody, but I'm just trying to manage what we have at the front here. Of course, the keynote speaker is here, very much in our midst. The keynote speaker is the man who has the key to knowledge, the key to excellence. All you have to do is just to read his bio, and you will know that he doesn't have just one key. He has about 1 million keys. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman, National Economic Summit Group, managing partners, Veraki Partners, a firm which is committed to transforming African enterprises and government via smart, future-focused solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speaker, Mr. Niyi Yusuf, is here. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a galaxy of wonderful people here today. But please, permit me, because I'll still be going further and further to introduce several other persons here. But let me quickly introduce the current headship of the Osun Development Association. He is a man who has his fingers in several pies. A man whose biography will be difficult for you to write if you do not combine the intellect of Professor Wole Soyinka with that of Chinua Achebe. This is a man who has traversed the world. A man whose personality opened doors not only at the embassies of the various countries in Africa, but at the government houses of the various countries across the world. He is regarded as the fintech grandmaster, the guardian of corporate governance, and a consummate philanthropist. Ladies and gentlemen, I speak of no less a personality than the man who has, over the years, mentored many of us, the man standing, you inclusive, chairman of several companies, president African FinTech, Nigerian FinTech, former national president of the Osun Otoayegbaju Progressive Union, and I must mention that because he always likes that his country home is mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who has groomed many blue chip companies. Please, can we put our hands together for the great man, Dr. Segun Aina, OFR, Chairman of Osun Development Association. But for times, I would have said you should be given a standing ovation, but we are still going to get there. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Aina OFR is not here today, And I was beside myself with joy when I saw his own heart throb too, not heart throb. When I saw Dr. Shegwano here this morning, I said, Chairman, sir, you're looking ever youthful. He said, is that so, Yeshiko? I said, yes, sir. The man, the masquerade behind that youthfulness is here. And I speak of no less a personality than my own mother, my wonderful auntie, Chief Mrs. Fumi Aino, OFR. Thank you for taking very good care of Daddy Ma. We appreciate you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I hope I've been able to run through what we have as the high table. Quickly, ladies and gentlemen, I can see, as I said, a galaxy of some wonderful people everywhere. But the moment I lay my hands on the list of protocol, I'll run through them. But even at that, there is a member of the Osun Development Association. Of course, in times past, he was in charge of programs like this. He is a media veteran, an advertising guru, and marketing communications expert. Of course, I think he's a vice chairman of ODA, Group CEO, Vendance Zil Group, Otumba Dr. Tunji Olubodi. Please, can we put our hands together for him? And let me also mention that when His Imperial Majesty is seated, before we take any step further, we must introduce him. Of course, the Ajirowa is in the house. The whole of Ijesha land, he is the Ajirowa, and I want to believe that if His Imperial Majesty is not going to come to this place today, the Ajirowa is sufficient for us to know that ODA is like a prized jewel in the hands of our fathers. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for His Imperial Majesty, the Owa Obokun of Ijesha land, Oba Clement Adeshuyi Astro Ajimoko III, the paramount ruler of Ijesha land, who is here represented by another highly regarded intellectual. Ladies and gentlemen, Ajirowa Abdulateef Bakare. Please, can we put our hands together for him, please? You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I was wondering why my father, Dr. Shegwano, has not said something like this, because it's always a hurry thing. I thank you for not doing that, sir. Because that would have actually demoralized me a little. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a step into the program of today while I wait for the protocol officers to please come around to give me the protocol list of some other people here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be listening to the welcome address by the chairman, planning committee of this particular event, Chief Dr. Bamidele Alimi, FCIOD FNIM. Please, can we put our hands together for him, please? He has been taking care of me for about 2 days now. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And because Mr. Oyeshiku Adelu has done so well with the introductions, I will just rest on what he has done. And I'll say good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I will save the time that he did not save. So, because I know he's going to do even more. It's with profound joy, deep gratitude, and a strong sense of fulfillment that I warmly welcome you all to this very special occasion, the 30th anniversary gala of the Osun Development Association. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank you all sincerely for honoring our invitation and for sharing this historic evening with us. Your presence here today is not just symbolic, It's a powerful affirmation of your belief in the ideals, vision, and enduring relevance of the Osun Development Association. 30 years ago, our founding fathers and mothers planted a seed, driven by love for our homeland, a passion for unity, and an unshakable commitment to development. Today, we gather not merely to celebrate the passage of time, but to celebrate 3 decades of service, of sacrifice, of resilience, and of collective progress. This gala marks a moment of reflection on how far we have come as an association and as a people. It is also a moment of appreciation for those who labored tirelessly in the early days, those who sustained the vision through challenging seasons, and those who continue to carry the torch of leadership and service today. As chairman of the organizing committee, I'm immensely proud of the dedication and teamwork that made this celebration possible. Planning an event of this magnitude requires not just resources, but commitment, discipline, and of course, unity of purpose. I therefore extend my heartfelt appreciation to every member of the committee, our volunteers, our partners, our sponsors, and our well-wishers who worked quietly and diligently behind the scene to ensure tonight's success. I will particularly mention here the support we received from the Osun State government. You can see, not just in the planning stage, you can see the presence of 3 key members of the Executive Council of Osun State present here. And I want to particularly appreciate the Commissioner for Commerce, Reverend Fumikenyo, not just because of his presence here today, but he dedicated 4 of his key officers in the Ministry of Commerce to support us and to ensure that we got government support. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while tonight is celebratory, it is also forward-looking. The next chapter of the ODA beckons us to think boldly, act strategically, and work inclusively, so that the legacy we hand over to future generations will be even stronger than the one we inherited. As you enjoy the program lineup for this evening, I encourage us all to reflect on our shared responsibility to support the association, not just with applause, but with ideas, with mentorship, with advocacy, and sustained engagement. Once again, I welcome you all warmly, and thank you for being part of this milestone celebration. May this evening be memorable, inspiring, and worthy of the proud journey we celebrate. I thank you all for your attention. You are most welcome, and please enjoy the gala. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That's the Chairman Planning Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, all work without play makes Jack a dull boy. While I await the protocol officers to bring me the list of protocol in the house, I would like for the Adia Beke Fabola Educational Organization Troop, led by Dr. Adiola Faleye, an associate professor from Osun State, to please step out and perform for a few minutes. That will be the first round of performance, as we'll expect you to please come back to Guinea. That's an associate professor leading the troop, one of the mentees of Dr. Shegun Aino.
I pay obeisance. I say thank you for inviting us. This is Adeabeke Fabola Agricultural Organization, all the way from Ilarogun, but we are everywhere in the southwestern Nigeria and globally. ṣe. Kí là ń fọmọ ayọ̀ ṣe, kí là ń fọmọ ayọ̀ ṣe. Ibi ayé rẹ̀. This is just a tip of the iceberg. We're coming back soon to mount the orikis of the people in Osun. We love you.
A round of applause for them. Associate Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an impressive performance. And we're moving on. Here, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly also welcome on behalf of ODA, the President Igbimo Ure Ekiti, Chief Dele Adeshino, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please, can we put our hands together for him, please? Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And also, quickly, let me also inform every one of us that we have so many dignitaries in the house, and I told you we'll be introducing them bit by bit. And of course, we have a brother of mine, a friend of mine, who ran away from being crowned as a king in his community. I begged him several times. I said, Femi, go back home. Let's make you Oba of your place. And he started running everywhere, and he went to dodge somewhere. I think he went to dodge in the inside of his wife's bedroom. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we welcome here today a media premier of note, an academic par excellence, a communication guru, a respectable one for that matter. Prince Olufemi Adefila is a prince of Ora Igbomino. He's not here alone. He's here with his spouse, a very beautiful woman of Hippocratic oath, a consultant, medical doctor for that matter. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome Olori Femi Adefila. And also quickly, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome here today one of our mothers. In fact, Mommy is always looking beautiful and wonderful. Kind-hearted, motherly, and I want to believe that the students who pass through her will be remembering her for good at all times. Welcome, an ex-official member of Osun Development Association, a cerebral figure in the academia, Professor Fumi Togono Bikesteth. Please, can we put our hands together for Mommy? And of course, ladies and gentlemen, one of my brothers who led us in the opening prayer, ex-official member too, Mr. Demola Fabumi is in the house. Please, can we please put our hands together for him? You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Of course, Mr. Femi Ogundairo is the assistant treasurer of the association. He's in the house. You're most welcome, sir. And also, of course, I've introduced Ajirowa Latif Bakari. Well, some of them are not yet in the house, but Dr. Tunde Awonoti, General Secretary, Mrs. Dada Ojelabi, Dr. Badi Adeshino, Professor Yusuf Ali, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And it marvels me to see that the publicity secretary of the ODA is the nation's Customs Controller General, Dr. Adewale Adeni. You can imagine how big ODA is, making the nation's Controller General, and the president of the Global Customs Community is the publicity secretary of ODA, and I'm also publicity secretary of my own community. So you can imagine, for you to know how big ODA is. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's put our hands together for ODA. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, it's a promise, and I'll continue to fulfill the promise gradually. The inductees of ODA have continued to step in, but there is a particular gentleman here whose story I read at all times. He's yes, I can describe him as a young man. I knew him as a banker several years back in Osogbo in Osun. All of a sudden, he traveled out, and we started reading about him meeting British Prime Minister, the Canadian Minister, this and that. And I said one day, he's also going to meet me. You know, of course, it's the originator of the 1 Million March movement. And it happens to be an integral part of the ODA. You can imagine Dr. Oshegwano fishing out talented individuals of Osun State extraction from every nook and cranny of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we welcome, all the way from Canada, Professor Hakeem Zubair. Please can we put our hands together for him? I told you the introduction will be coming gradually and gradually with the entertainment that we just listened to. It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to this microphone one of our leaders that I have introduced, a man respected for his integrity, for his transparency, for his diligence, for his vision, for his excellence in every nook and cranny of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the microphone, the chairman of Osun Development Association, Dr. Segun Lawrence Aino, OFR. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Let the round of applause continue until he steps up here. And to think that Dr. Aino is a septuagenarian, by the 31st of this month, he will be 71. And you can see the way Baba is still carrying himself. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, Barrister Oyeshiku Adelu. He's a barrister. After becoming a director in the civil service, he went to university to go and read law. So he's making money in law, making money in mass comm. Well, I was hesitating whether to go through the protocol list or not, so that I can follow the steps by the chairman of the planning committee. But I'm tempted to do some protocol because it will not be good of me as the chief was not to do those protocols. So as Yoruba say, ibitan lo kojina, ibitan maya lo mapo. So you pardon me. I don't have 10 minutes, so I'll try and distribute it properly. Let me start by acknowledging the presence of the governor of Osun State, who we all know, His Excellency Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke, who up to 2 days ago we had thought he would be here with us in person, but unfortunately cannot be here. His able representative, who will tell us the reason, which of course is very, very cogent reason why he's not here. So Mujanya is wearing two hats, because even if the governor is going to be here, he also will have needed to be here, because he's been a part of ODA, been a part of anything that has to do with investment, industrialization, and so passionate about it. So thank you very much, Reverend Genyo. for all the things you are doing for us and for ably representing our governor here today. And as has been said, even in the planning stage, particularly where we're planning things for Osun, he dedicated 3 members of his of the government to work with us, and they are very, very good people. So thank you very much. Let me also recognize our past leaders who are here. I don't know whether any other person has come apart from the 2 that have been introduced. Navy captain, and I will introduce them in terms of seniority. Because in the governance of Osun State, I think the brother is senior to my brother, Colonel Bagboye, because he came before you. Maybe in the military, maybe you are senior, I don't know. But at least he came before you to Osun. So, Navy Captain Anthony Dofia, it's a pleasure seeing you again. So thank you very much for you. I think you were in Osun 1995, I think. 94, 95, yes. And just like Oshiku told the story, let me also tell a short story. That time when he was governor, when he was first appointed, I was executive director in Eco Bank at the time. And as usual, as a banker, I look for business. So when I had it, okay, I said, anytime I go. So I went to Abuka and I saw him without any problem. And after discussing business, I said, Your Excellency, somebody from my town, and Professor I know would know him, Baba Oyaniyi. Gentleman at times I've been itching to go to Holy Pilgrimage, Israel, and he's told me that they are compiling the names. Can you help me hide his name? I said, okay, give me his name. He said, by tomorrow the thing will close. And lo and behold, the name came out in the list. And this was somebody I just met for the first time. So thank you very much. And the man actually helped you later when you came to settle the problem between the Catholics and the Anglican community. I'm sure you can remember that. He was the one that actually helped in sorting it out. Colonel Tuvilo Bangboye, the jolly good fellow, and has been said, he's a very good man. He's always, approachable and admirable. So thank you very much. And he was the one that handed over to the civilian government of Shibisi Akonde. And his tenure was not too long, but he did marvelously well. So thank you very much, Colonel Tuvilo Bangboye. He came all the way from Ilorin. I thought he lives in Lagos. Only wanted to tell me, no, he's moved home to Ilorin. So you had to come from Ilorin for this ceremony. So thank you very much. And of course, our 2 honorable commissioners, they are at home. They are on duty here. I will regard them as part of ODA because they are at home and they are on duty. Honorable Dipo Iluwole, Commissioner for Education. We'll be talking about education later on, as I said, teacher transformation. Because ODA did a study, baseline study of education in Osun State. And we discovered so many problems. And one of the problems we saw was the capacity of the teachers that we have. And through the research done by Professor Akib, we realized that if you have good teachers that are knowledgeable, that are highly, that have the capacity, it will impact on the children. So we said we are going to partner with the state government by launching the teacher transformation scheme, which will be part of the thing that we do for the So thank you very much. So we'll be working with you on that. Also, Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Honorable Abiodun Ojo, thank you very much. My dear brother, Deputy Governor, immediate past Deputy Governor of Osun State, Shibeleti Bwega Halabi. We met at an event, I think it was about this time, yesterday in Ikeja, we met at an event, and he said, Bwega, do you know that we are doing something tomorrow? He said, oh yes, he will be there. And thank you very much for coming. ODA is 30 years, but it's people that have made it to start and to be where it is. So how to recognize our elders, a number of whom have been introduced, but it's not too much to acknowledge their presence. Emeritus Professor Pulu Aino, who was one of the people that set up this ODA in 1995, and one of the people that actually fought and canvassed for the creation of Osun State. And he also served in various capacities. In fact, I took over from him. He served as the chairman of this association for almost 10 years before Baba said, no, we should pass it to the next generation. So as I always say, I'm the first of the next generation to be the chairman. And I'm getting ready now to hand over to the next generation as well. So thank you very much, sir, for the job that you have done. And he whispered to my ear when they came in that, his friends, that they were all appeared to be here, that's General Ania Kinade, who's also a member of the association, and Shibisa, they were supposed to come together and say, well, they should apologize to me that they are not able to make it, as you know, this thing called old age, sometimes you want to wake up in the morning and you don't feel like going anywhere. But I thank God for Professor Luaino. He's always, even last week, I think we were also at a party together in Ibadan. Last week, at this time last week, and he's here. So our regards to Chief Bisa Kone and General Ani Akiriade. Of course, Chief Nolaji Ababa was also one of the people that set up this ODA in 1995 because he was the first secretary to even before Osun was created. He has been very, very active in the civil service of Oyo State, and it was not a surprise when he was the one that came to start Osun State as the first SSG and the head of service. And Babasi keep being very, very active. So thank you very much, my dear sister and my dear wife, for taking care of Uncle. Engineer Ade Afolabi from Ire is also one of our elders here. Dr. Mrs. Remi Aribisala, former CEO of Raw Material Development Council, is also here. I haven't seen you until for a long, long time, but I'm happy that you are here. Today, when you came, you say, you cannot let me judge you. So I thank you very much for coming today. And of course, my dear sister, Professor Mrs. Fumi Togonu Bikestet. She's been chancellor of many universities. I can't even remember so many of them. So thank you very much. The guest speaker, Mr. Ni Yusuf, a very good brother. Thank you very much for accepting to do this speaking. So just put out the message. Ni, we want to do this, and we want the chairman of NELG, of which you are, to come and he said, what time? He said, this time. He said, let me check. And within 5 minutes, he confirmed. Thank you very much, Ni, for always being there. Distinguished guests, and I want to also recognize in particular Mr. Dili Adeshino, SCN. He's always affiliating with ODA. Ekiti State has the equivalent of ODA, which is Ugwima Ure Ekiti, which is shared by Prince Adelusi Adeluyi. Baba is always very passionate. In fact, he's attended some of our events before. I deliberately don't want to put pressure on you. I sent him the message, but I didn't follow up. But he sent Prince Additional to me to say, hey, that he extended his regards. So Prince Additional is the General Secretary. I know you are the chairman, but I think you are the General Secretary. General Secretary, yes, of Ugwima Ure Ekiti. In the course of time, we'll be called upon to give the goodwill message on behalf of our brothers and sisters from Ekiti. Eminent members of ODA. I haven't forgotten the chairman. I want to call her last because of the importance that attached to that position of the chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Adeola Falaye and so on. Our chairman, I don't know whether I should call you chairman or chairwoman or chairperson. Usually the chairman will sit in the front. She was placed in the front here. Then I said, Auntie, what are you doing here? Well, 2 days ago, he told me that she has a very bad cold, but she will work on it so that by today it will be better. So when she was sitting there, I think the AC was disturbing her. So she ran away from the chairman's seat and decided to sit down there. So, but anyway, I think you have to sit on the chair anyway. So as long as you are sitting on the chair, you are the chairman. So good afternoon to everyone. It is truly an honor and a personal privilege to welcome you to this anniversary gala as chairman of the Osun Development Association. I say personal because ODA has been a significant part of my life for 25 out of its 30 years. I joined as a member in 2000 when I was, I think I was in I just made a bank MD then at that time, 2000, and we hosted, we had a group, we called it Osun Private Initiative, made up of, at that time we had about 10 Osun State individuals as bank CEOs, and then we have about 15 of them as chairman of insurance companies. So we put ourselves together and called it Osun Private Initiatives, and we hosted Chief Bisi Akande, and then invited the leaders of the ODA. So there and then said, let's work together. That was how I became a member of ODA, so that we collapsed the two organizations. And immediately, I was required to serve as General Secretary, which I did for 10 years. And for the past 8 years, I've been serving the association as chairman. As I said earlier on, I belong to the second generation of leaders of ODA, as I look forward very soon to hand over to the next generation of ODA. Today's event and others planned, therefore, are not just for an anniversary. This is a moment of deep pride, gratitude, and hope for each one of our members. 30 years ago, in 1995, ODA was founded by a group of committed patrons who believed who believe that the development of Osun State must be anchored on sound ideas, integrity, and collective responsibility. Many of them were also part of the historic struggle that culminated in the creation of Osun State in 1991. Their vision laid the foundation for what we proudly celebrate today. As we gather for the 30th anniversary gala, we salute our founding members for their foresight and selfless service. We thank God for those still with us, including, as I mentioned earlier on, Emeritus Professor Olua in OFR, who is here in person and has always come to our event, be it in Lagos, be it in Abuja, be it in Osun. He always makes sure that he attends. So thank you very much again, sir. And Shivunolaji Ababa, who is also here. Again, Shivunolaji Ababa always encouraging us, always supporting whatever we are doing. We also remember with deep respect those who have gone ahead of us. Chief Dr. Benjamin Adigun, MFR, he was the first chairman of ODA. Am I correct, sir? Yes. I served him as secretary. Because in the history of ODA, ODA has had only 3 chairmen. Chief Benjamin Adigun was the first chairman for about 10 years. Then Emeritus Professor Olu Aino, and passing it on to another Aino, who is currently the chairman. And of course, we also remember Prince Tunde Ponle, OFR. We lost Prince Ponle about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. December 4. 14 years. 10 days to his 86th birthday. Yes. He's also very, very passionate about OD. And of course, other district members whose dedication and generosity left indelible marks on ODA and Osun State. May I invite all of us to honor their memory with a brief moment of silence. If you don't mind, please, can we stand up to honor? May their souls rest in peace, and may their legacies continue to inspire us. Please sit down. I would also like to warmly commend the ODA 30th Anniversary Planning Committee, ably led by Chief Dr. Bamidele Alimi, for their dedication, creativity, and tireless efforts in delivering this memorable celebration. In spite of the fact that Dr. Alimi, who just left a few months ago as CEO of Shada Institute of Directors, I didn't know he was also combining academics to it. And he just replied to me a few months ago, I'm rounding up my doctorate in Unilag. So just 2 days ago, was it on Thursday? I think it was on Thursday that he got his doctorate. So as he was combining the doctorate, he was also combining the ODA job, and he did both very, very well. In view of the various projects ahead of us in ODA, the Executive Committee cautioned the committee that we should not plan an elaborate gala for thousands of people, but just a closely knit but highly interesting gathering of not more than 200 attendees. I thank them for listening to that cautionary advice, because they were thinking of a big gala and the big gala. I said, no, we don't need it. Let's get the right people in the room. It's not about the numbers, but it's about the quality of people in the room, and I'm happy they've achieved that. So thank you very, very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there can be no association without committed members. The success and longevity of ODA are the direct result of the collective contribution of its members and friends. This gala, like many of our similar activities in recent times, has been fully self-funded through the generosity of our members, their friends, associates, partners, and well-wishers. Your unwavering support has sustained ODA over the years. This celebration truly belongs to you. So thank you very much. ODA has also enjoyed constructive relationship with successive military and civilian administrations since the creation of Osun State. These partnerships have enabled us to contribute meaningfully to the state development. We are honored this afternoon to have with us former military administrators who have introduced here. And I don't know whether the representative of General Leo Ajiborisha is here, because I'm told that he's going to send somebody to represent him. In addition to the two that I've introduced. Past governors, I also know that Ogbeni Adegbeshola said somebody was going to be here to represent him, was with him last week or so, but I'm not sure whether the person is here. And of course, Bisibia Kadre has sent his apology. And of course, the current governor of Osun State, who's ably represented there. Leaders, all of who are being recognized tonight or this afternoon with Special State Leadership Appreciation Award for their meritorious service. This anniversary is not only a celebration of the past, it is a reaffirmation of our commitment to impact and legacy. Our 30th anniversary activities reflect this purpose clearly. The December 4, 2025 Symposium on Community-Based Self-Help Organization and Development, and of course today's gala, where we'll listen to an important keynote speech to be delivered by Mr. Niyi Yusuf. We're also going to honor past leaders, eminent members, and young achievers who are not members of the organization, but people that we know are from Osun, young people who are making waves in their various areas of freedom. And of course, we are going to induct 27 new members to bring our membership to close to 60. And if you read the profile of those 27 members, you will see the caliber of people that make up ODA. Because we have criteria for people to join. We are looking for people who are looking for what to get from the state government. We are looking for people who are eager to serve the state, to serve the people, who are contributing. So if you read the profile, you see that they are all great men and women in their various fields. So we welcome them to ODA. And of course, on the 29th, the groundbreaking of the proposed ODA house in the GRA Oshogbo, which will have a lot of facilities that will be useful to the community, alongside the launch of the Teacher Transformation and Empowerment Initiative, an investment in the future of education in Osun State. So as I round up, at the heart of ODA's strength is its diverse and distinguished membership, spanning sectors, generations, and the diaspora. As we have people in their 80s, we have people in their 70s, we have people in their 60s, people in their 50s and 40s. I think we have people in their 39, in their 30s too, like Professor Shegun, who became a professor a month ago at the age of 39. So we have them from 30s up to 80-something. As we look ahead to the next 30 years, we recommit ourselves to sustainable development, youth empowerment, industrialization, advocacy, peace building, and a prosperous future for Osun State. Thank you very much for standing with ODA. I now invite you to relax, connect, and enjoy this memorable 30th anniversary gala evening. Thank you very much for listening, and God bless you all. As I was rounding up, I saw my president coming in, the president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Professor Payo Teji Olarewaju. You're welcome, Mr. President. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please can we give a resounding round of applause for the chairman. Thank you very much, sirs and ma'ams. I told you that we have a history in this hall this evening. And from generation to generation, the way Dr. Aino took over from Professor Oluwa Aino, and very shortly, within a short span of time, some other persons will take over from them. He has just mentioned that. And also, we have a Dr. Aino in the house. We have a Professor Oluwa Aino in the house. We now have a younger generation of Professor Shegun Aino in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, he became a professor at the age of 39, as has been stated. My brother, my very good aburo, please can we put our hands together for Professor Shegun Aino? Let's see you, Professor. He's a very, very shy professor. But within that core, you have an enviable deposits of intellectualism, intellectual materials. We appreciate you so much. And also here today, we have a young man who several years ago opened up our eyes in Oshogbo. He was a very, very young man at the time. And he joined the League of Entrepreneurs and Industrialists in our state. Farmer Niji Lucas, Chairman, Niji Foods and Ripples Hotels. Please, can we put our hands together for him too? Ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I told you we have the chairman of the occasion here, and without the chairman of the occasion, we will not be able to do anything here. And so, ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully welcome to the microphone, or maybe I should take the microphone to her where she is. But somebody told me that mommy usually engages in 1 million march sometime in our community. Very, very strong, very, very agile, very, very versatile, and ever smiley. Our mother, ladies and gentlemen, the chairperson here today, Engineer Mrs. Johanna Maduka, MFR. Should I bring the microphone, ma? Mommy is coming. I'll prefer to bring the microphone, ma. Let me bring the microphone to mommy. Mommy can jog from this place to Aja or anywhere, but no problem. Okay, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Ladies and gentlemen, if the men here are not putting their hands together for mommy, please let the ladies do. She's a symbol of excellence. Daddy said mommy should step up stage. Daddy, that would be too much for mommy. Thank you very much.
Actually, I don't know what I'm supposed to come and do. With all the speeches I've been given, nobody can rival the chairman of the association. Then all the other remarks and so on. So really, I don't know. Chief Abuaba was laughing at me. We've been in this struggle together for ages. You know, even when we were trying to get a university for Oyo State, at that time, Osun was part of Oyo State. We used to go together in places and so on. So I'm really happy to be here. And I'm happy that some of us who were in that struggle are still here. And they're looking very well. Professor Oluaino, I was struggling to give another assignment, but he didn't accept it. I think you came to 1 or 2 meetings, and you ran away. So it's like that as we move on. So my chairman, all the elders among us, I'm not sure again I'm used to protocol. I don't know how to make protocol. So please allow me, as your Nigerians say, to stand on the existing protocol. So everybody is recognized. I know some of you. So this anniversary is very special. And I think we should we know what we take out of it, because Nigeria is in a special way that I think each state, people are now saying states are subnationals. That's a new word which some of us are not used to. The subnationals are this, that. I would have preferred states are states. So by the time you are saying subnational, it's something else. So, and as I said with all the speeches today, any chairman is just here to complete that circle. But I still have something, if I can open my, okay. Okay. Now, since all of us came from this same Osun state, in my own case, I was born in Ijesha. My secondary school was in Ede. when Queen School was still in Ede. As they say, before the enemies did their worst, and Queen School was moved to Ibadan. And properly, it shouldn't have been moved. And it's never, it's my school, but it's never really made its mark. Do we have a school in Osogbo that can rival some of these old schools of old? For instance, government colleges there, I'm sure some of you attended government college. And as I said, I attended Queen School Ede, and education was still okay. I was chair of Area Polytechnic for 6 years when Aregbesola was in government. And it was a time of learning for all of us. And I think about that time or whatever, Osun State, in the list of states for exams, was number 33? Because I tried to memorize it, was 33 or whatever. I'm not sure, I hope Osun has improved now in the ranking. And please, let's see what we can do to move the state forward in education. And that's the sort of thing that ODA can even do. So that when we are thinking of some of the things, please, let's look at what we can do. So far, I'm not sure Osun is doing too badly. In fact, we are not doing badly now. And I hope we'll be able to continue the pace we are at now. I'm just going to read the questions before us. Now, how do we harness knowledge, technology, and unlock our growth? It's been some time. I'm ready to offer myself in any place I'll be required. We've done so, some of us, before now, and we can do it again. As I said, I'm not reading anything here. It's like conversation because the serious speeches have been given by the others, and I don't know why I was called to be chairman, because the chairman actually is not, he doesn't do anything in a place like this. So I would like to salute as I said, the likes of Chief Abuaba, who's been in this struggle, Professor Oluaino, who ran away from my committee, Harvard Shegun himself, Chief. Are you a chief? Dr. Shegun, I know, who's a very bright person, and has been going from strength to strength. There are times when I ask him, how many weeks are you in Nigeria for this time? When are you leaving? And I think it's winter now, so when I asked him this time, he said maybe he'll be around for 3 months when the weather there brightens up. And all the other bright fellows we have in the house, we have them. The military governors of old, I'm not sure whether I interacted with any of them. I don't think so, because I was a consultant and I used to come to some of these states, but I don't remember working with any of you. So you are most welcome. And it's always a joy to look back and see that some of you who held the state together, especially at the initial years, that you are able to even join us today to rejoice with us at this 30th anniversary. Thanks very much for coming. And then the other, we have a lot of bright people in the house. Dr. Afolabi was you are from Iriantu. Yes. And he helped us a bit in Ire when I was the chairman there. Because the people in the people in Ire were very supportive, and we made a lot of progress at that time. Chief Odeyemi is just coming in. Can you find a chair for? You can come. You can join us here if there is still any seat there. Chief, we are late. Hmm? Okay, that's Chief Odeyemi, one of our elders in ODA, and he's always very supportive too. What's your chieftaincy in Ile-Ife, Chief Odeyemi? Obashewa of Ife. You are most welcome. It's just that in Ilesha we have better chieftaincies. So as I said, I'm not giving any serious speech. This is not even of me. So I'm very happy to be here, and I hope all of us will enjoy ourselves. The 39-year-old professor, congratulations. More and more successes. We are very proud of you. Thank you. And we have the whole house of bright people, either in the academia or in business or whatever. Congratulations again, Osun State, for this 30th anniversary. And in 30 years' time, those of you who will still be around, I'm sure it's going to be bigger than this. And our MCO, Bomo. Kilo. Can you imagine? Kilo gbọ́ tó bá gbọ́ Jẹ̀ṣà.
Okay, mo gbọ́ Jẹ̀ṣà.
Ah, hey, exactly.
Wọ́n mi gbọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ gangan ni wọ́n ń sọ.
O gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́ sí.
Mo ti gbọ́ ma.
O ti da.
My wife is actually Jẹ̀ṣà.
Ah, and you are calling me lásán ò lè dọ̀bálẹ̀. Thanks very much for everything. Thank you for your attention. And as I said, it wasn't any serious paper or anything, but you are most welcome, and I hope you will enjoy the day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ma. When Mama was speaking, one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, chartered accountants, and philanthropists arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our father, Chief Dr. John Agbola Odeyemi. Please, can we put our hands together for Daddy? Welcome, sir. And also here today, ladies and gentlemen, I speak of history. Every individual here today symbolizes the history of transition from one generation to the other in Osun State. His Excellency, former governor of the first executive governor of Osun State, that's Sherubawan, His Excellency
Tunji Adeleke. The son is here. And if you look at the center of the hall, you see the signature cap of Sherubawan. It's my pleasure. The only difference between him, that's the first son, the heir of the Adeleke, Tunji Adeleke family. The only difference that I can see is the fact that His Excellency never wore beards. I met him. Femi Adefila and I interviewed many of them across Nigeria. And I also recall that he was of a lighter complexion. The Adeleke that we have here today is of a darker complexion with beards. Please, can we have you rise up for applause, Mr. Adetunji Adeleke Jr. He is the chairman, Local Government Service Commission in Osun State. We introduce you proudly because your dad was a good man. And that was what people were saying at that corridor when they told me you are here. So please, try as much as possible to continue to be good. Because what Sherubawan did is what many of us are benefiting from today. Ladies and gentlemen, can we once again put our hands together for the new Sherubawan? Oh, tell me, Sherubawan, you are too gentle. He's a very, very gentle man. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to know one or two things about the Osun Development Association. And the organizers have done well by packaging a documentary for us to savor. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, if you are ready, I'm ready here. Technical crew, are we ready to go? If you are ready, I am ready. Are you ready? Let's go.
Osun State, the home of peace and tourism, the heartland of Nigeria, where culture, tradition, and progress converge. A people famed for their warmth and hospitality while embodying a vibrant culture that reflects the state's rich history. The Osun Development Association not only places great emphasis on preserving and promoting the great history and tradition of Osun State, but in its dedication to the sustainable development and empowerment of the people of Osun State. The association, which is a distinguished assembly of non-partisan Osun State elders, thought leaders, technocrats, and professionals, has remained at the forefront of fostering peace and progress of Osun State through their various intervention efforts and engagement.
Some of us got together in Oshogbo and thought we should form a formidable association that will make up of all prominent and patriotic sons and daughters of Osun, that will make sure that the dream of the founding fathers and the essence of seeking for the creation of the state is not lost, and essentially is orderly development everywhere in the state. He wanted to get out of the marginalization which we suffered in Oyo State, and that we thought it should be a non-political association, but reputable, that can put politicians or political heads on their toe to make sure that they take charge of the development of Osun State.
First and foremost, we are part of those who fought for the creation of the state, and after it was created, every year we got close to the government of the day within the state, and we contributed to budget formulation, budget performance, budget analysis, and we followed up to be sure that whatever promises the government made in their annual budgets for the development of the state, we kept reminding government and kept visiting them, kept encouraging them, and in some cases, we even offered expertise.
Education is at the forefront of Osun Development agenda. The association has initiated numerous projects to improve access to quality education for the youth of Osun State.
We've been involved in looking at the educational system in Osun State. One of the things that we are noted for is the high caliber of highly educated people in the state, and the Osun State has been a state to reckon with in the past in terms of quality of education and the quality of people that passes through the educational system in Osun State. But what we are seeing in recent times is sort of worry. That was why a few years ago, the Osun State government, the Osun Development Association set up, did a research work to do a baseline survey on primary education as the foundation for education. And that research outcome is something that we have made available to government, particularly the new government that is in place now. And we also made it available to Dawn Commission, which is the think tank for the Southwest. And we are told that the outcome of that research that Osun Development Association did is going to be the center of the discussion that Dawn Commission will be having with the commissioners for education in all the 6 southwestern states.
And I used to read quite a bit about other women in other countries. And I decided to establish what I called Association of Professional Engineers of Nigeria, APMEN. And it's been a lot of mobilization for the girl child in science. That's why I said we should mention it. And we have branches in Osun State. We have branches in Osun State. You can find out and tell you, so you can interview them. We undertake different projects and issues as far as the girl child is concerned, and how to encourage them, no early marriage, and this and that and that. So it's been a very satisfying thing. I started this with another 5 women, I think 6 of us. I started it, and the others started joining.
We keep on reinventing ourselves, and that's why from time to time, we bring in younger people into the fold. But they must meet minimum requirement. They are not younger people who want to join because they are looking for somebody to help them to get a job. There are people who must be in the pipeline of leadership. You don't necessarily have to be the CEO of a bank or vice chancellor of a university. But if you are seen as a rising star, and we believe that you're on the fast track, we bring you in and then you join the association. But I'm very happy to say that in recent time we have brought in quite a lot of young people who are in their late 30s, early 40s, who are rising stars. They are able to bring them. These are the future of Osun Development Association.
Recognizing the importance of robust infrastructure for sustainable development, Osun Development Association is actively involved in various projects aimed at improving the state's basic amenities.
For example, we suggested the construction of a ring road around the capital. We also suggested to the state government about a secretariat which happened during the tenure of Chief Adebisi Akande as governor of that state.
Osun Development Association has been very relevant, first in the area of peace and conflict resolution. Over the years, there have been a lot of issues that have threatened the peace and well-being of that state, but for the intervention of the elders of the association, things would have gone worse than it was. Let me talk about the Ife Modakeke problem of those days. Talk about issues like the issue of hijab issue. Talk about issue of civil servants, challenge of civil servants, and so many other. I mean, every community, every association, every community will have its own issues. But the Osun elders in Osun association have always come in at critical moments like that to resolve those conflicts, and they have been to be based on their influence within the community. They were able to mitigate and resolve some of those issues.
From road construction to other development initiatives, ODA is committed to enhancing the quality of life for everyone in Osun State. Perhaps funding and dedication constitute parts of the challenges often faced by associations such as ODA. None is more discouraging than distrust and the nonchalance often displayed by some administrations towards these associations.
Yeah, some of the challenges we faced was that one, we wanted it to be representative of the constituent parts of the state, so they won't say it's just one side of Osun or from Ife or whatever. So Professor Mali at the time too was also joined us. Then General Kriade joined us, and a lot of other prominent citizens joined us. But it took some time.
Concerning the steps taken by the ODA to navigate through the course of some of these challenges, one was key to their eventual success: sustainability and continuous relevance.
We gained the confidence and respect of government without being political activists. We are not even a pressure group. We simply sat back, and from that vintage point, we were able to see areas in which government needed help, and in a very seamless manner, we were able to make contributions, which government after government took seriously and paid attention to.
We were able, right from the beginning, to be able to interrelate positively with the government. We didn't face the issue of, we are not politicians, but they knew we were representing the interest of the state. And for each of them, I believe we were welcomed.
But we support the government. We don't belong to any party. It's not a party thing. It's not a political thing. We are all non-political. And that is why if any member wants to go into politics, that member will suspend his membership. And then when he finishes political something, he come back to the fold. So that has ensured our relevance, that has ensured the respect that that we have because of some of these things.
Osun State is brimming with huge untapped potentials and opportunities in the mining, education, health, agriculture, tourism, creative arts, and many more. This array of opportunities and how they can be harnessed continues to be the catalyst propelling members of the Osun Development Association to tap into the potentials and initiate conversations such as the future of learning and the digital age, accessibility to quality healthcare, opportunities in mining, food security, poverty eradication, peace and security, agricultural initiatives, ethnic and religious tolerance, Osun tourism attraction, and leveraging technological innovations for the development of the state. While the ODA also recognizes the noteworthy achievements of the indigenes of Osun, both at home and in the diaspora, it is its dedication to education, healthcare, infrastructure, and cultural preservation that continues to shape a brighter and a more prosperous future for Osun State and her people.
We are looking forward to a state that everybody can call his own.
I feel that the future is bright.
Ladies and gentlemen, it ended while we were still craving for more. That's the beauty of a well-packaged documentary. I was actually thinking we were going to be here for another 30 minutes. But I do hope that ODA will continue to do more and more documentaries of this nature. For instance, we want to know the contributions of each of the administrators and administrations and all that. And that will be part of, saving our history. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we put our hands together for ODA once again, please? Yes, for another 5 minutes or thereabouts, we'll be entertained again. The Adea Beke Fabula Cultural Organization Troupe. Are we ready? Where are you? Are we ready? Your time starts now. It's 5 minutes. It's 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Yes, 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Professor, I do not have enough time for... Where are they? I also trained as an artist, if you remember. So I know the business. You should always be on standby. 4 minutes, 52 seconds.
With all respect to Barrister, I'm going to ask for permission to use just extra 1 minute. And I will take that permission from the chair lady of the day. Am I permitted? Wonderful. I look around and I know that there are dignitaries, icons, people of repute in Osun State. And I feel so loved that I'm from that state. Meta meta lore o, meta meta lore o. Ọ̀kan ni ìwọ ṣàdájọ́, ọ̀kan ni ìwọ ṣe lọ́yà, ọ̀kan ni ìwọ ṣe lédè. Ó ti lọ máa ṣá. Ta ni inú àwa dùn? Kò sí bànújẹ́ lílù àwa. Bóyá o, bóyá, bóyá, bóyá. Gbogbo Ọ̀ṣun ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ. Àfẹ́kọ̀ Alantero, 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 Alantero. Ìyá ni wà lódò, bàbá ni bomi lẹ́sọ̀ra. Mo lọ́dọ̀ gbogbo olúwẹ̀rí, àtòrìṣà mẹ́ta. Ọkọ̀ sùgbẹ́ ọkọ̀ yàrá, ọkọ̀ ṣe é ti kàn yín. Ọ̀pọ̀ ló ń sọ létí omi, àkèrèké lódò, mo máa ti gbọ́ tìyá mi. Alantero, bàbúrúkọ̀ bàjẹ́ sáládùn ara mi Àbẹ̀kẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ lọ sọ́sùn, níbi tí gbogbo wa ti ń dán, níbi tí gbogbo wa ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ wa tẹ̀rín tọ̀yàyà. Ìfọ́nà ní ọlọ́sùn láṣẹ sọwọ́pọ̀ láṣẹ lè pé ODA Osun Development Association. We're going to be taking you around all the towns in Osun from Ife. Iyo Soko, Àyíkí ilá ṣogún ṣogún, Àyíkí ròkò sọ́gbọ̀n sọ́gbọ̀n, Àyíkí yaya sàádọ́ta ó sàádọ́ta, kí ló sòójù? Ló sòójù. Kí ló sòójù? Ó yáyá nìkan ló sòójù. Kí ló sòójù? Àbúté ní ọmọ onífẹ̀ hàn ní, ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ owó rẹ̀ mọ́, ṣèpìnì ẹrù oògùn. Ẹ̀yin làmọ̀ ojú ló bẹ sẹ́, tí ò gbọ́dọ̀ bàbá ẹ lóko. Ọ̀dọ́yẹmí
adóhùn adìkàsì ìwọ́dọ̀tún mẹ́wù dèmí mẹ́wù yẹ́gbà yìí ọjọ́ ọ̀tún lọ́lẹ́ bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ ọmọ abẹ́wúrẹ́ sọnù lóhùn ẹ má mú lọ yín ìran bàbá yín ẹsẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ gbẹ́rẹ́gbẹ́rẹ́ ìran àgùntàn ló sọnù lóhùn ẹ má yẹ. ẹ jẹ́ òkò yìí o torí àkókò ọjọ́ náà ìkòyí ogún dé ẹgbẹ̀kún abẹ́rẹ́ ìjagun ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ ìyá bí lọ́lú ọmọ kúrò ńdó lóńdó lóńdó ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ kú ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ òfò tí sáàdábà lé ìkòyí ẹ̀wọ́ gbà fà lẹ́yìn o gbàgbà wájú pátí bàtà oníkòyí ogun. We adore you, we love you. Our ìlú tí a ò bá dé, please call us again. We will always be there. Ẹ ṣé, onígbà ṣe máa. Rhythm. Thank you very much. Please, can we give them a sounding round of applause, please? You can see what we're enjoying. The young girl here with a talking drum. The young man there with another talking drum.
And let me also say, ladies and gentlemen, that the associate professor that we have here is one of the mentees of Dr. Segun Aino. He picked us up a long time ago. And even if we were thinking that his style of mentoring was a bit tough, he would never relent. To Dr. Segun Aino, you must succeed in life. And I must say that Dr. Segun Aino has actually come a long way. He was also mentored by our fathers, Professor Olu Aino, and other elders in the various communities. We appreciate you, sir.
I must not leave here without saying this. The Center of Adeabeke Fabola Agricultural Organization is a center located in this heart seat of Ila-Orogun. But I did not start this all alone, just like my colleague. I also compare event, so don't mind Barrister Yoshik. We have mouth. We they talk. So, but I want to quickly say that when I had that vision, that there are quite a number of our girls, boys roaming about in the street, doing nothing, I flashed back my mind how my mother picked me. And without her, I wouldn't have been something or whatever I am today. That oriki, that art of creativity is inherent in me. Apart from learning from my mother, I also went to school to learn it. So I decided I needed to put a center at the center seat of my town. If I wanted to put it in Ife, and people were thinking I'm Ife, I speak different dialect of Yoruba. I speak over 16 dialect of Yoruba, to the glory of God. But that center didn't just come up when I was envisioning that. Mommy, I know, our queen, and daddy, I know, Olusegun. They told me, oh, Nishiro, let's see how it goes. I started the training of the first set of 300 children that I picked to learn creativity, to learn how to sing, how to chant, how to beat drum, how to chant Oriki. And the center of the SAR Foundation, I'm sure you know in Osun, that was where I started this training. So to you, sir and mommy, and to the entire Osun dignitaries there seated, I say thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have completed your assignment for this period, and you want to hijack my own too. I will spank you. I won't mind the fact that you are an associate professor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a brief announcement. The menu cards on the tables are there for all of us, all the guests here tonight. We are all expected to please tick our choice of menu and put the table number on the card in order for the kitchen to be able to serve us correctly. Please, I'd like us, all of us to please do that straight away. Now we're moving to another segment of the program, which is the admission of new members of ODA. And my assignment here is to invite Mr. Demola Fabumi, member of ODA Exco, and Secretary Dr. Tunde Awonoti. But before they step up stage, I'd like to state that our mother and the chairperson here today, Engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka MFR, is the immediate past vice chairman of ODA. You will see that she has continued to contribute. Apart from being the first professional female engineer in Nigeria, she has also been contributing meaningfully to the development of not only a state, not only a community, but to Nigeria as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the lady chairperson, Engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka MFR. Put your hands together for mommy, please. Thank you for being so wonderful, mommy. Yes, can we have Mr. Demola Fabomi, member ODA Exco and the secretary, Dr. Tunde Aworan, to conduct the membership induction. We have, welcome, sir, as you take over the microphone. We appreciate you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with the constitution of the association, every applicant, every member, every applicant to the association are supposed to be reviewed and accepted by the ESCO, Executive Committee of the Association. And so in line with this provision, the persons who have duly met the membership criteria and are considered suitable to join the association are being inducted as members at this event. As is usual, ESCO has approved the induction to be carried out. The procedure we are going to adopt is that we will first ask all the inductees, because they know themselves, we will request that all the inductees should stand up for recognition. Subsequently, we are still going to mention their names, but since they know themselves and they are in this hall, can you kindly stand up for recognition? The inductees, please. The way we are going to go about it is that the chairman of the association will come out to apply the association pledge on the inductees. Then subsequently, because in the past where we have plenty of spaces, we'll bring everybody out to line up. But in this particular instance, what we are going to be doing is that once the chairman comes out and applies the the pledge on the inductees, then we will now be calling each one that is present here one by one to come up to take their certificates as well as take pictures with the chairman. So thank you very much. So I will now call on the chairman, Dr. Olusegun Aina, to come up on the stage.
While we are looking for the page that contains the membership pledges, yes, I want to warmly welcome all our new members, some of whom actually have been serving, even though they have not been inducted. We had the last induction June 2nd, 2024, when we had our last gathering like this at the Radisson Blue in Ikeja. So all the people that have been inducted today are people that have been admitted to membership since June 2024 up to date. They are men and women of timber, caliber, caterpillar, and anything you can call it, given what kind of things that they have done. And membership is not by application, it's by nomination. People don't apply to be members, but people are identified as fit and proper and nominated by a member and then goes through screening. So these, ladies and gentlemen, are people who have met the requirement, and we are happy to have them. And like I said, they've been serving. Some of them sponsored this event that we are having. Some of them advertised in the program. Some of them are offering their services already to the association in their area of expertise. So please say after me, when I say hi, you put your name because I'm not the one being noted, you are the one, so you put your name. I do, your name, do solemnly pledge that I shall faithfully serve as a member of Osun Development Association and will do the best in my ability to observe the tenets of the association. I will also uphold and abide by the ideals and purposes of its constitution at all times, with the aim of furthering the objectives of the association. So help me God. By the powers conferred on me by the constitution and all the members of the association, I do admit you individually and jointly as members of Osun Development Association. You are welcome. Please sit down. You'll be called one by one. And I want the vice chairman to please join me here on the roster to join me. I'm James Sababumi, the chairman of the membership. Or the people that we are adopting here today were young people that we gave recognition award to in 2024. Folusho Gbaramoshi, whose father, Dr. Remi Olowude, used to be a member of this association. She's today now a member. We invited her to be a member based on the great works that she's doing. The second person is Dear Kola Aina. He was also acknowledged as a young achiever from Osun, and we encourage him to join, and he joined. I think he's far away in New York. I think he should be joining online at this event today. So you want to call their name?
So I'll be calling the names of all the inductees. We have 27 inductees. Some of them are abroad, and they have already been linked up, and they are actually watching this program as we are conducting it. But those that are present here, when it gets to your name, then you please come out to collect the certificate. The first person on my list, I'm calling it in order in which it appears on the program. It's not in any particular order. So I have Mr. Dekola Aina. Okay, it's online. Okay. I have Professor Shegun Aina. Let us clap for them to encourage them, please. Thank you. Mr. Ademola Olayemi, yes. Let Mr. Abiola Jimo be getting ready. Mr. Abiola Jimon? I'm not sure. Okay. What of Mr. Farouk Olarewaju Abbas? Can you clap, please? Next is Mr. Olani Ibrahim. Mr. Olani Ibrahim, yes, he's here. Can we clap for him, please? Next is Mr. Abiola Olalekan. Mr. Abiola Olalekan. Is he here? Okay. Then we have Professor Abiola Sani, SAN. Professor Abiola Sani. Then Mrs. Adepeju Oluwatosin. Mrs. Adepeju Oluwatosin. Online, okay. Okay, I understand Professor Akim Zubai is to collect on behalf of Mrs. Adepeju Oluwatosin. Okay. So, Mr. Francis Adewale, okay, abroad. Then Mr. Ajibola Ogini, Mr. Michael Faniran. Can we clap for him, please? Next is Dr. Olushola Olowoyeye. Can we clap for him? It's not around. Okay, it's abroad. Okay. Mr. Bashir Oladuni. Can we clap for him, please? Next is Prince Samuel Oyedokun. Prince Samuel Oyedokun. I'm not sure he's there. Next is Dr. Tunde Akinsanya. Is he here? Okay. Let's see. Dr. Tunde Akinsanya. Okay, that's okay. Then I have Dr. Rotimi Olubongwe. So we'll take pictures with the ones we have called, then we'll continue in the next batch. Thank you. Let's move closer. Let's open that door.
So let's take a picture.
Let's set.
This one.
Thank you very much. So we'll continue with the next batch. The next person is Dr. Kayode Fashola. Dr. Kayode Fashola. I'm not sure he's there. Then we have Professor Labode Popola. Online. Next we have Mrs. Aisha Ahmad online. Then we have Mr. Adeni Ifalade. Mr. Adeni Ifalade. Oh, it's coming. Can we clap for him, please? Next is Miss Odunayo Adeniji. Miss Odunayo. Mrs. Odunayo Adeniji. Can we clap for her, please? Next is Alhaji Dr. Mutada Adeyemi Adeniji. I'm not sure it's okay. Then next to him is Mrs. Folusho Gbadamosi. Can we clap for her? Next is Mr. Wole Fayemi. Can we clap for him, please? The last but not the least is Mr. Folarin Familusi.
So thank you very much, everybody. That is the end of this session. Congratulations to the new members. Let me say here that I don't know whether it's deliberate or not deliberate. We found out that a number of the members of the association now have their children as members. I know Shivodemi has his son, Akin, as a member. Shivu Ababa has his son, Tunde Ababa. Professor Aino has two of his children, Kola and Shegun. And so many, and then Engineer Afolabi has his daughter, Professor Bosse Afolabi, as members. So we are regenerating, we are bringing the young, so we are encouraging them to do. And the Faladay family has made history today. The Faladay family, two of them are twin brothers. They are members of the association. One has just been appointed the CEO of Nigeria NLNG. We're taking over in April. The other one is the managing director of Aradel. And today we are inducting the third Faladay, the other Faladay, who's also, who's the MD of, Chief Operating Officer of Custodian Trust. So we are doing this to make sure that, one thing about that you couldn't see, but what if you so we thank God for this. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all the members. Please, can we put our hands together for all the new members, please? Congratulations to you. Perchance you want to celebrate and you want us to felicitate with you, please kindly reach out to us. We will also come around. Congratulations to all of you. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties, Your Worships, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have been entertained and we have also witnessed the inauguration of new members. Quickly, before I call on the keynote speaker, we'd like to also welcome here today the Managing Director of Dawn Commission, Dr. Sheye Oyeleya is here. Thank you very much, sir. We would also like to welcome Pastor Kola Ayeye, Group Chairman, GDL. I saw him a short while ago. Yeah, okay, sir. These are the legendary Kola Ayeye. I recall that several years ago when we were reporters, it was one of those people who were always within the government circle marketing the business of banking at the time. I remember. We have, of course, Engineer Aderele Afolabi, the Ashiwaju of Ire. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Baba has been there for a very long time and chatting up with the chairperson, making sure that the event is not boring at all. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Pius Deji Olanrewaju, President of and Chairman of Council, Chartered Institute of Nigeria. We appreciate you, sir, wherever you're seated. Thank you, sir. And also Chief Olusegun Alalade, the Bobagua of Adaland and Chairman at the Community Development Association. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be apposite for us to also engage in, eating some intellectual diets. And this is the main reason why the ODA has infused, as part of this program, a keynote address. And to do that, I'm happy that the keynote speaker is free. The cutlery are not busy. And by special grace of God, while guests continue to savor the culinary expertise of the caterer, it's my pleasure to invite, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the keynote address, Mr. Niyi Yusuf, the managing partner and lead Veraki Partners, Chairman of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, NESG. Please, can we put our hands together? Even if you are busy with the cutlery, you can, hit the side of the plates with the cutlery. There wouldn't be any problem about that. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important for us to know one or two things about the keynote speaker. And I'd like to say, as it's put in here, that Olaniyi Yusuf is the managing partner and lead social sector practice at Veraki Partners, a member of Anderson Consulting and a proudly African business solutions company partnering with enterprises and government to accelerate the development and transformation of Africa. Prior his assumption of this role in 2019, he was the country managing director of Accenture Nigeria from 2020 to 2019. In 1995, he joined the management consulting division of Arthur Andersen 4 years after, starting his career at Joint Computer Company, an indigenous computer company. Niyi holds, when I say Niyi, I don't mean to be disrespectful, please. That's the way it's written here. All right, sir. Let me take the last paragraph. It's loaded. Niyi is a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative West Africa, ALIWA, and a member of the Aspen Global Leadership Network. He's an expert in residence and facilitator at the Lagos Business School, amongst other education, empowerment, and entrepreneurship-oriented not-for-profits, where he performs his community service and lives his passion of helping others to be more successful. I present to the whole house the guest speaker. Can we put sound together for him, please? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, elders and leaders of Osun, our former governors, Kabi is represented by Jirowa and Dr. Shagwaino. Thank you so very much for this invitation to share a few words. When he called me, actually no, he didn't call me, he sent me a text and said, "Nee, are you in Lagos on the 25th? And I said, yes. I said, oh, I need you to do something. And I knew there was no way to say no again, because I already said yes. But when we then spoke, so he then called and said, okay, it's 30th anniversary of Osun Development Association, and I would like me to just give brief remarks. So thank you for the opportunity, but I'm glad I'm here, because I've seen quite a number of mentors, I've seen many friends, and I've also seen the caliber of ODA. So when Dr. Aina asked me that what's the topic of my presentation, I said, citizens. But that's the reality of our lives, right? We've all migrated from wherever we are, and we are all living where we are. But Kolonjeka ko ero ko dele, amen. I'd prepared what I thought I would talk about, but then Alhaji Lateef Bakare warned me as I was coming in today that I must be a good boy. So, and I've promised him that yes, I will. So, just want to share some few thoughts. I think ODA is unique given you and Ekiti, because for the most part you will find Ikiru Development Association, you find based on cities or towns, but not many are focused on states. And so that makes you unique. But also makes you specially unique, of course. It's your focus on quality of life and the development of Osun. So that's a very broad goal. And it's bold, but it also requires a whole lot. And looking at the 157 names, I see that you have men of timber and caliber and caterpillar, as Dr. Ainat said. Though I struggle to see names of ex-governors, I struggle to see names of current governors. I didn't see names of senators and co. And so that's part of my challenge to you. And I know you've said it's non-political and non-governmental, but you know, a pen can make a huge difference compared to what 30 folks can do. And so we can't leave governance alone if you want the accelerated development of Osun. Now, congratulations on your 30th anniversary. And congratulations that to my friends, so dear Kola, Folusho Badamosi, Mike Afaniro, are good friends. Aisha Ahmad, they are good friends that you've admitted as you do your 30th anniversary. So I also congratulate all of them. And I wish that, and pray that they all will contribute selflessly to the development of Osun and to the nation. Especially as this year will also mark the 35th anniversary of the state. So as we're marking 30th of ODA, we'll also be marking in, sometimes in August, the 35th anniversary of Osun State. And so based on that, this morning I did a quick review and said, okay, so if ODA wants to focus on the quality of life and the development of the state, So how far has the state gone in the last 35 years? And wherever the state is, will also then be a measure of what ODA has contributed in some form or the other. So if you look at education, years pass, and I think Chief Maduka alluded to it. As late as 2021, 2020, Osun ranked 33rd in the list of NECO ranking. That's the national exam for secondary school. But in 2025, Osun ranked 7th. Yes, please. Which is remarkable. So it moved from 33rd to 7th, and so Osun ranked 7th in 2025 in the NECO exams based on students who had 5 credits, including maths and English. Essentially, students who can progress to the next stage. So that is quite rewarding. And I think it also then aligns with the plan of ODA to do something around teacher, transforming teachers, education, and something. That is on the program. It's part of what you want to do next. TTEI. I'm trying to get the full name. Osun Teachers Transformation and Empowerment Initiative. So clearly that will be a good boost. So that if we come back another few years' time, we should be saying Osun is one of the top 3 in terms of producing kids from secondary school who have the chance to move forward in their career. So yes, TTEI and the focus on education is working. So if you're also going to talk about the quality of life, you also then want to talk about healthcare. As a nation, we are not doing well in terms of healthcare. Infant mortality is high, maternal mortality is high, etc. But a study came out last year that talked about the Health Preparedness Index. How prepared are Nigerian states or subnational, as a chairperson alluded to? How prepared are they for health issues, for health emergencies, and for primary health care? Now, no Nigerian state scored above 30%, which is the bad news, right? None of the 36 states scored above 30% in terms of their readiness for health emergencies and health issues. But of the 36 states, Osun ranked 4th, which is also commendable. So even though we're saying broadly we didn't do well, but among the committee of peers, Osun ranked 4th. And I was pleasantly surprised by some of these statistics, frankly, because I judge Osun by the nature of the road between Ibadan and Bogon. And I know we can say it's a local government road or whatever, but that's how I judge Osun. And I was in Oshogbo January 14th for the convocation of Fountain University, where I'm a member of the board. And it wasn't a very pleasant ride. But congratulations, I mean, coming 4th on health, coming 7th on that index on education, it's quite good. But one of the things I also then noticed is that the major thing about health that we all need to work on is primary health care. Because most of the diseases or most of the reasons why people attend hospitals are things that can be taken care of by PHC. And there's a study online that suggests that primary health care centers are not evenly distributed in Osun State. We have well over 700 plus, but that there might be need to look at how these are distributed based on population, based on need. And that Osun Central Local Government, that has the highest population, has the least number of primary health care centers. And I'm saying this because, again, I'm talking to Osun indigents who have the capacity to set up primary health care centers. We can't leave governance to government alone. And that's why people talk about PPP, etc. Clearly, we know we don't have enough resources. The budget of the federal government, the proposed budget for 2026 is 58 trillion. That's about $42 billion. It's not up to the budget of a city called New York. And so we can't leave provision of resources to government alone. And so if there is interest in not just ODA, but the individuals in ODA now, looking at how to help. I don't want of it to be primary health care centers, and we don't have enough based on the population in Osun Central compared to Osun East and Osun West, where it seems there are enough primary health care center. And it's interesting because Oshogbo is in Osun Central, so I expected that we actually have the most, but apparently not. So that's somewhere to consider. Now, another statistics I look at in terms of the quality of life is poverty. And here we are not doing well at all. So there's what they call the multi-dimensional poverty index. And in terms of multi-dimensional poverty index, Osun scored 31st. We are ranked 31st out of 36 states. So that's from the bottom. Now, of course, health, education are important, and they will help with addressing poverty. But according to the National Bureau of Statistics, multidimensional poverty in Osun is about 40.7%, and then we are ranked 31st out of the lot. And multidimensional poverty looks at about 10 indicators. Nutrition, right, the kind of diet that you eat, child mortality, years of schooling, minimum 6 years of schooling, school attendance, cooking fuel. So when you use Iggy to cook, you are multidimensionally poor. All right, so cooking fuel, sanitation, access to potable drinking water, electricity, housing, and ownership of basic assets like radio, TV, etc. So those are the 10 indicators in terms of poverty. So I will argue that poverty should be, it's an issue today, but it's also an opportunity for us in ODA and for members of ODA. Because we can't focus on increasing the quality of life if people are still multidimensionally poor, if they don't have access to those 10 things I've listed. Now, our IGR has increased, and between 2024 and 2025, IGR almost doubled, about 94% in IGR, from 27 billion in 2024 to 54 billion in 2025, which indicates commerce, which indicates wealth in some form. So maybe it's just a case of how do we then accentuate this? How do we spread it? How do we make it more inclusive? Or how do we formalize it? But that the IGR has almost doubled, it's good indication of government is working. And that IGR places you at number 9 among the 36 states. The other good news is your FARC allocation. I think, like we all know, states are getting a lot from FARC now. And so, that government is able to increase IGR shows the potential. Because you can't tax. All right, we'll move from potential to prosperity. Ideally, you are taxing productivity, you are taxing wealth creation, etc. And that's what's leading to IGR. But when we were, during the opening ceremony, the logo of the states was shown, and that just struck me, that logo has 4 main components, and which I think also presents opportunities for ODA and for individual in terms of where to focus. So there's a bit on agriculture, there's a bit on solid minerals, there on top you have tourism, culture, at the bottom you have the living spring which is also tourism and culture. So I think agric, solid minerals, tourism and culture present opportunities for us as individuals and also as ODA to look at. But the other opportunity that we have is the fact that we are in the southwest region, our proximity to Lagos, and the synergies that we can derive from Lagos. Today, if you look at states like Kebbi, you look like states like Niger State, they are having collaboration with Lagos, especially from a food, agric, and processing point of view. And I think that's an opportunity that Osun can also consider. So, let me leave you with 5 thoughts. 5 areas where I think as ODA and as individuals we've got to consider focusing on. The first is on governance. Growing up, we used to hear about the Kaduna Mafia, and most of them came from Barewa College. Really no reason why the bulk of your leadership in the state can't come from ODA. And I think if we are deliberate about it, it's something that can happen. And it can happen without the issues surrounding, what's it called? I mean, when you can be apolitical, but still produce good people who can be in governance in the state. And I think we just need to think through how to do that, but it's possible. Because like I said, what one pen can do. Yeah. So governance is important, and you've got to see how you can get your members to be involved. So beyond advocacy, it's also just the doing. So that's something to think of. And then the second thing to think of is how do you then mobilize private sector? Now, given the caliber of the 157, those 157 names, I've not done the math, but I'm sure they will represent a huge chunk of, a sizable chunk of the GDP of this country. And if you look at the companies that either they work at, or they've worked at, or they are representing, and I don't want to mention names, but we all know those 157. So they represent a huge chunk. But I don't think, I was going to say, but let me correct myself. I think there's probably just only one company on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, which is HQ at Osun. And that will be the primary mortgage bank owned by the state. We can do better. Because when you have private commerce, it creates an ecosystem, as it were, of distributors, of retailers, of employees, etc. And that increases the pay as you earn tax that the government can earn, amongst other things. So the challenge will be to ODA members, how can you mobilize private sector capital, the technical knowledge, the know-how to support governance in Osun? And we hear about Segilola and gold. We've got to be hearing more of beyond just one company. And we've got to be hearing more of that. So that will be my second challenge to you. And I think it's something that you need to be deliberate about. And sometimes, you might set for yourself targets. Even if you miss a target, but at least it shows direction where you want to go to, of how much capital you want to mobilize, or how much private resources you want to be able to channel into Osun. I think the third thing also speaks to the private sector. It's around the growth. How can you accelerate growth? And when you have folks like Kola Aino or Folusho Badamosi who are in the growth sector, or Dr. Aino who chairs FinTech Nigeria, you understand the difference between just giving what's called 50,000 and 100,000 that people who used to go and marry a second wife, versus capital for growth, capital for scaling. Right? I went to Great Ife. Greatest. That's the only African university. And so when you have Oban University in the state. Every other one, it's they are pretenders. So how can you leverage that? How can you leverage that? The over 30,000 youths that are in Ife, you know, and so it's good that there's Prof. Aino, who has just been inducted, and congratulations. I passed out from computer science and department some decades ago. Right. So how can we mobilize growth capital to support those young ones who have courage, who are innovative? Some of the enterprises will fail, but just need a few of them to do well, and they will make a huge difference. But more importantly, how can we mobilize capital to support export processing? If you have a Murtada Energy as your member and co. So that's something to look for. Growth capital, not just focusing on SMEs. SMEs by nature will remain small. But we've got to look for companies that can scale. So that will be the third thing. And then the fourth charge will be around how can you be catalyst for the socio-economic transformation of Osun. And I think you've started it, because Dr. Aino has been said to be a mentor to so many that were mentioned there today. So, which is good. But we've got to move from mentoring to setting up innovation hubs, spaces. Now, part of what I read in the pack that you want to do for the teachers' empowerment is to have learning hubs. Can those learning hubs also serve as innovation hubs? So that as they're serving learning for those in the academia, they also can serve as innovation hubs for the youth. And then the youth can surprise us with what they can do. I mean, we've seen that in the creative sector, we've seen that in the technology sector, we've seen that in the fashion sector. So I'm sure if you provide the spaces, the youth will do what they can. So let's do that. Another thing you can look at is what I call conditional scholarship or conditional sponsorship. So most of us will give education scholarship to kids. But there's a school in South Africa, the African Leadership Academy. They provide scholarship, and there's one condition that they give, that after you've graduated, so from the ALA, most of the kids go to US and Canada and co, at least before this current climate, right? But they give them a condition that you must come back to serve to work in Africa. And so they sign that contract that say, I'll be on scholarship, and in return, I agree that I will come back to serve in Africa. So it's something we can consider, that when we give scholarship, can we then tie it to them coming back to serve in the States? Not actually serve in government, but come and work in Osun. So and there are plenty of spaces they can work. So you can look at that as a way just to bring innovation, to bring knowledge and know-how into the state. And I think the fifth charge and the last charge is that you also can be custodians of the cultural and environmental areas of Osun. So there is the Osogbo festival, you have the Grove, you have Ife as the source. There's really no reason why we can't create a yearly homecoming. Homecoming for showing the diasporas, but also for Yorubas in the diaspora. You know, there are a lot of people in Brazil, in Cuba, who trace their roots and their affinity to Yoruba. So how can we create something out of what we have that would then bring them down? How can we turn the Osun river, which is the goddess of fertility, etc., into something more creative? And in a state where you have artists like Muraino Ilano, whose works is selling for millions, or Nike Okundaye, 277, I think we can be a bit more deliberate around the cultural and environmental custodianship of Osun, and how we tie that to the socio-economic transformation of the state, and how we tie that to what private sector can support, and of course to governance. So those are my 5 charge. They are nothing new. I think just a reminder that I hope and I pray that when we come back to celebrate the 50th of ODA, a number of these things will have been done, and we'll be seeing Osun ranking in the top 3 for education, for health, and for wealth creation. So thank you for the opportunity, and congratulations on the anniversary.
Brilliant keynote address, deep, incisive, and seminal. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for the keynote speaker. When he said he attended the Obafemi Awolowo University, I didn't have any problem with that. But when he took a step further and said Obawa University, that unsettled me. But when he took a step further and started, glamorizing the university, my mind told me, is he not aware there are graduates of the University of Ibadan here? Honestly speaking, sir, I mean, a son should not be talking that way when the father is alive. And at any rate, most of those who taught you at the Obafemi Awolowo University were actually groomed at the University of Ibadan. Great you height. Mommy is great you height. Dr. Olugo, the great you height. Fafa. Okay, great Ife. Something is happening here. It seems ODA is actually unknowingly grooming Ife graduates. Well, no problem about that. In actual sense, both institutions are fantastic institutions, except that UI is actually better and greater than others. Well, no problem about that. Keynote speaker, sir, I give it to you, sir. Congratulations. Please, let me also mention this, sir. You challenged ODA on, establishing hubs for innovation. I must say that Dr. Oshegwano, as an institution, I'm aware, has created some hubs in some institutions in this country. And I know I attended the inauguration of one at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Innovation Hub for Technological Development. Then at the Osun institution, there is another high-flying hub there, and I know that you would have taken some steps further than that. That's under the Okpolo innovation. Well, we have here, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shola Fanawopo, the President, Igbajo Development Association. Please, can we put our hands together for him, please? Thank you very much. It's also my pleasure to welcome Otumba Adetunji Adetukumbo Oyebamiji, FCIOD, the 19th President and Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Directors of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. Now, we go on further, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for us to unveil the ODA project, and we're going to do it in style. That's the launch of the ODA Teachers Transformation and Empowerment Program. It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome, to take charge of the microphone. Yes, sir. Just a minute, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a slight adjustment in the arrangement of the program that we have. We'd like to listen to the goodwill message by the Ekiti, Ekiti all over. You know, Ekiti is a vast homeland to some of the descendants of the Oduduwa. So, Chief Dele Adeshino, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the President Igbimo Ure Ekiti, will step out, ladies and gentlemen, as we listen to the message, goodwill message of the Leonard Silk. Ladies and gentlemen, Ekiti Kete, can we put our hands together for Chief Dele Adeshino, Senior Advocate of Nigeria? You're welcome, sir. A friend of mine who's an Ekiti was blowing his dialect one time, and somebody from Orai Gomino asked me, said, "Is that Yoruba too?" I said, "He's Yoruba now." Then when the Ora man started blowing his own dialect again, the Ekiti man said, "Is that also Yoruba person?" You know, so actually we're all together. Put your hands together for San once again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. The President, distinguished leaders of Osun State that are here, ladies and gentlemen, I consider it a very great honor to stand before you to address this gathering. And it is an honor I will value for many years to come. I want to say that what I have seen here today is a very great source of inspiration for us at the level of Igbimo Ekiti to go back, re-examine what we've been able to do and what we have to do more. There is no doubt that this body is a great push for the development of Osun State. In this country, we can only neglect non-government effort at the development at our own peril. The government considers the people at their leisure time. The people is supposed to be the prime consideration. In fact, that is the main reason why they are there. And that is why this body or bodies of this nature are very, very important. They generate ideas, and I've heard over and over again that ideas is the greatest asset in the school of success. Now, at the level of Igbimo Ekiti, we have also been able to intervene in some key critical areas, particularly pre-election disturbances and problems. We usually hold a meeting with all the political parties and candidates and emphasize the reason why election must not be do or die. And it has worked so far. We have also tried as much as possible to put together a program for the youths, personal development, social development, self-employment, and so on. And we usually showcase an individuals who have been able to distinguish themselves in what they are doing to come and show themselves to the youth that they too can do more. There's an area now that is bothering us, and we are also thinking of what we need to do. I don't think it's limited to Ekiti State. And this is the newfound interest of our youths, who ordinarily should be the leaders of tomorrow, who are not ready to develop themselves, who prefer to chase money through dubious means. They want to leave the school today and by tomorrow they are riding Mercedes-Benz. They are flying in the air. We need to check this. It was Nelson Mandela who said, do not celebrate my success, celebrate my how. How did I become successful? If your success is traceable to dubious origin, you have not succeeded. Legacy is not what you give to people, it is what you leave in people. And I'm glad when the MC was trying to highlight that some of the members of order are second and third generations of older members. That is how it should be. And may God continue to help each and every one of us. Although the chairman has corrected it, but it's very important for me to emphasize. Prince, Sir Prince Adeluyi is the president of Igbimo Ekiti. I am the general secretary. And I'm also Mr. Dele Additional, not a chief. Thank you so much for listening. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for the learned sick. We appreciate you so much, sir. Yes, ideas are the greatest assets in the College of Success. I hold on to that. Now, here in our midst, I can see a beautiful lady down there, former chairman, Nigeria Guild of Editors, great columnist, I must say, whose writings are infused with serious themes and a lot of humor. I must say she's an expert in articles that define the relationship between man and woman. I think I saw Mrs. Funke Egbemode, former Commissioner for Information in Osun State. Please, can you put her hands together for her, please? I read the articles a lot. Please endeavor to put in the themes of man-woman relationship to situate the condition of Nigeria. Femi will understand. I appreciate, sir. Now, we move on to the project. And to do the unveiling is no less a personality than the gentleman who has defined his character as a man to be respected intercontinentally, starting his banking career as a gentleman from around Oshogbo, and before you could say Jack Robinson, the gentleman has become a global sensation. He is the originator and proponent of the 1 million teacher movement. Professor Hakeem Zubair will step out to present the program. Thank you very much. Please, can we welcome him with a round of applause, please? Okay. Yes, Mr. Oluwakomu, can we also have you step up stage, please? Mr. Oluwakomu. Okay, he's here. Thank you very much. All right, sir. Immediately after this, we are going to have photo ops. And we know the personalities that will be part of the photo ops immediately. Thank you, sir.
Chairman of ODA, our fathers and mothers in the house. Quick introduction. The chairman had mentioned 4 years ago we commissioned a research to understand the issues of education in Osun. Among many things we identified, issues of community attitude, student attitude, infrastructure, and teacher quality. One of the issues of teacher quality was also the issue of the collapse of Inspectorate Division of Education that used to standardize quality of education, which impacts on the outcome in terms of results. So what we are doing today in this initiative is to address a part of the issues we have identified, which is about teacher capacity to deliver quality education. Over to you, Professor. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, dear guests, our fathers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here. I am a proud indigene of Osun State. About close to 10 years ago, I found myself in a different career. And it became what we call 1 million teachers, with a mission to train 1 million teachers over 10 years. So today we are about just over 120 teachers across 20 countries, including places like Saudi Arabia, even Pakistan. But the focus has always been Africa, particularly Nigeria, because this was where we saw the problem. And the chairman, when he said we should talk about education, I mean, my heart skipped with joy. And today, having worked with members of the committee, we are soon to launch the ODA initiative, which is the Teachers Transformation and Empowerment Initiative. It's a different kind of initiative because it's not only about training, but it goes beyond that to empowerment. And as a proud member of ODA, my organization is really excited to play a key role from behind the scene to support Mr. Akomu and the team in delivering this project on behalf of Osun State. The first phase of this is we want to start with 5,000 teachers in the first phase, and selected across the state. And I think somebody talked about the learning hubs and things like that, because what we found out is that community is very key. And we can talk about all the training in the world. From our own experience, we have upwards of about 40,000 teachers in Nigeria within our program. And motivation is a central part of it. Many teachers are hurting, and they're really, really not in a good place. And we felt that if we didn't infuse some kind of motivation in it, I don't think we will go far. And that's how 1 million teachers has operated. Essentially, the mission is three-pronged. We said that we want to attract new teachers into the profession, ensure that those who are there have the skill set to deliver effective learning. And then the final pillar, which is the motivation part. For the signature Black Belt program that we have, centered around pedagogy, the art and science of teaching, educational leadership, and then finally tech integration. We all know how technology is shaping up things. At the end of the day, it's really about leveraging technology to make the life of the teacher much easier, so that they can spend the most important part of their time in building relationship with their students. So any tool that we have is a means to that end, to ensure that it frees them time to be able to support teachers. So for our initiative, first of all, we know, and research supports it, I don't think anybody ever agrees about the importance of education. And we know that education outcomes cannot rise above the quality of the teachers, because we say, show me the quality of your teachers, and then I show you the quality of your education. It is as simple as that. The ODA is non-partisan. We aim to work closely with the government and stakeholders, including the associations like the NUT, the teachers themselves, and community members. And we've done something like this before. During COVID, we had many teachers and students staying at home, where we had to set up learning hub rapidly, working together with UNICEF and the Global Partnership for Education. And we had hubs under the tree, in the mosque, in churches, wherever we could find spaces. And I think that with the caliber and support and the membership and everything that ODA has, I think we can make this even more sophisticated and go to the next level. So the core idea is really that the classroom that we must fix is the one inside the teacher. And then this partnership structure with ODA and 1 million teachers is really is about the pillars. I think I mentioned that already. Pedagogy. Okay. Yes. Okay. So the pillars is really around pedagogy, the educational leadership, and tech integration. There's a lot here, but being reminded about the shortage of time. But we hope to flag this up on the 29th in Osogbo, and then we hope to complete this first phase within 9 months, ultimately supporting teachers to enhance student learning. So I'll leave with a closing thought here. which is also some repetition of what I said in the past. In order for us to fix the teacher, we have to fix the future. And that the classroom we must fix first is the one inside the teacher. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for the initiative. Thank you very much. Within 2 or 3 minutes, the presenters would like to know if any of us has 1 or 2 questions to ask, and they are ready to answer the questions. Both Mr. Akomo and Professor Hakim Zubair. Well, in the absence of any observation, Mr. Ayeye, please, can you please step out within a minute so that I think that's the only question or observation that we have. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. I'm the son of a teacher, so the things you've said are excellent, and I want to thank Professor Subaya. I think, not being an educator myself, I've also learned that if you have excellent teachers, you've dealt with half of the problem. If you allow me to digress, I have a classmate. I went to UNN, the only university of Nigeria. So I have most of my classmates, by the time I got into UNN in 1980, had been adversely affected by the war. So the few of us from the West were the youngest in class. But there was a member of my class who was 1 year younger than myself. She became an ED in one of the best banks in Nigeria. I found that her own mother was a teacher. And what I found with those families was that even in the midst of war, the teachers were homeschooling their children. And those children lost no time. So teachers are excellent. What I wanted to find out quickly and say that I saw some figures, like 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. I mean, is that what we're going to use to transform teachers? I mean, I want to commend what we have done. Teachers deserve a great life. If we, it's in pounds. Okay, sir. I mean, because when we got, if banks hire tellers and pay tellers some amount, and I do not say it is easy, I think the challenge is that we must find a way to pay teachers enough to live well, own their own houses, and find no need to go to other professions. Thank you very much.
So you'd like to react to that? Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. This is based on our current reality. We don't have all the monies in the world. So this is a challenge to every member here and those who are not here to say, can we find ways to increase this? So we're working, we're starting from where we are, and a whole lot of support is needed to actually make this. A key part of what we do is really advocacy, and we challenge the teachers, we challenge ourselves that we need a seat at the table. The day we change the narrative, we say we want to, what you reward is the behavior you get. If we give, let's say, starting salary for any teacher is ₦1 million, for example, and I say this a lot, that if I had a magic wand, that's kind of where I would start. You will be surprised at the caliber of people who are going to go into the faculty of education, and then the caliber of people who eventually go into the classroom. So it's as simple as that. So this speaks to our value system. What do we reward? What do we recognize? So I think this is a challenge for us, for the ODA and beyond, to say, please help us, support us, put more in the plate for this initiative. Thank you.
I hope you're satisfied, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on, and this time around, we're moving to the stage where we have the presentation of awards. And let me say that the categories of awards that we have here, we have the Osun Young Achievers and Future Leaders Recognition. We have awards for members with national and international recognitions, special accomplishments and appointments since the last ODA gatherings. We also have a Lifetime Achievement Award, Distinguished Pioneering Service Award, Posthumous Lifetime Achievement Award. Well, to handle this aspect of the program, it's my pleasure to invite upstage once again the chairman of the ODA, Dr. Shegun Lawrence Aino. Please, can we put our hands together for him, please? We've kept their excellencies for a very, very long time, and this is the time for us to. Yes, for the photo ops. Where is the press photographer? Okay, you are there. Please, quickly, let's have this, then we have the photo ops. Yes, sir. They're here.
Let me just say something about the teacher issue. My understanding is that those figures, 5,000, 10,000, are not salaries for teachers. These teachers are already being paid. They are just incentive, additional payment to them. So it's not their monthly salary. They are just additional incentive by ODA to support them. As always, we recognize people that have served or have achieved or are doing well in their various field of endeavor. And I would like to start with, I think we should start from the State Leadership Operation Award, because I know the excellencies have been here. In fact, one of them came in at 1:30, even before we started. That's the promptness of military life. So we have 10 administrations that have ruled Osun State. Four military and 6 civilian administrations, and they all contributed to the kind of results that we have seen, even though lots of things still need to be done. A lot still need to be done, but we want to appreciate them for what they have done. I'm not sure there's anybody here representing General Leo Ajiborisha. I don't know whether, because he was going to say was going to send somebody. General Ajiborisha was the first military administrator when the state was created, and I think he served. Shiva Baba, I think he served for 4 months. I think 4.5 months. Okay, he served for 4.5 months when Baba was there, and they were the one that laid the foundation that others have built on. I don't know whether you want to receive his plaque. I don't know whether I want to reach that because you start with him at that time. Maybe you want to. Okay. So can you bring the plaque for General Leo Ajiborisha, please? And then Tunji Adeleke Jr. should be getting ready for the one for Senator Isaka Adeleke. Isaka Adetunji Adeleke. Senator Isaka Adetunji Adeleke. He was the first civilian military governor of Osun State. Civilian governor. He was first civilian governor. He's late now, so we have his first son. His first son. I think you are Mr. You are the senator. Tunji Adeleke Jr. Honorable Tunji Adeleke. Colonel Anthony Obi is late. He's not here. I mean, of course, not here and he's not represented. Next is Colonel retired Ashiwaju, Colonel retired Theophilus Oladapo Bamigboye. He's been here all day and he's sitting there ready to get his award. Thank you very much for your service to Osun State. Like I mentioned earlier on, he served up to 1999 when he handed over to a civilian administration, the administration of Chief B.C. Akonde. Then next is Navy Captain Anthony Udofia, retired. Navy Captain retired, who served 1994 and 1995 as a military administrator of Osun State. Next on this list is Chief B.C. Akonde. I think his bosom friend and classmate, Emeritus Professor Oluwaina, will be receiving this on his behalf. Prince Olagusoye Oyinlola is not here. I'm not sure. Then Ogbeni Rauf Aregbeshola. Is anybody here representing him? Because he said he was presenting a rep. Okay. Alhaji Gboyega Oyetola, the immediate past governor. And last but not the least, His Excellency, the current governor of the state, Ashiwaju Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke, who is here represented. Okay, clap for Alhaji Gboyega Oyetola. So we want to be picked up by the deputy governor, by his deputy governor. The deputy governor is here, even though he's not here himself. No, not this one. Oyetola. So Honorable Bumijenyo is collecting that for the current governor, Governor Adeleke. Lifetime Achievement Award. There are 6 people in this category. 4 are with us and 2 are no more with us. These are men and women, 4 men and 2 women who have served this nation, who have served Osun State, and who have served ODA to the best of their ability. Those of them that are alive with us, they are still serving the state. I want to give this in recognition of their service as we mark 30 years of Osun Development Association. Emeritus Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, CFR, is not here. He has said that he will not be able to make it, but we will send his plaque to him. we have in our midst Engineer Mrs. Joanna Olumaduka, who is the chairman of this occasion, the first woman engineer, first woman project engineer in Nigeria, former vice chairman of this association, chairman of so many universities, Lautech, Oire Polytechnic, and so many things. Chairman of the committee that set up the Nigeria LNG many years ago. She's been so, and she said earlier on that she was the one that even created the Association of Professional Women Engineers in Nigeria, and she's still very, very active and alive. Please, can you, Auntie, shake out Gbambe and Abefa Gbambi. Big go, kill me. Okay. We have General Alani Akinriade, GCON, one of the formidable elders of Osun State and one of the leading lights for us in ODA. The former deputy governor, Chief Alabi, who also received this award on behalf of General Alani Akinriade. Lifetime Achievement Award for Emeritus Professor Olu Aino, OFR. You've said a lot of things about Prof, what he has done, not only for his hometown of Taigbaju, where he's Ashiwaju, to what he has done in the state, what he has done at the national level. He's the first professor of technical education in Africa, and also now currently serves, as he says, he's still serving the nation as the chairman of the National University Commission Board. Thank you, sir, for your service. Third category, okay, we are still on posthumous Lifetime Achievement Award. Late Prince Tunde Kponle, and I think Otumba Alalade is here, the president of Ada Development Association, where Prince Kponle comes from. I know Kponle, Michael, Ada, you cannot separate those three names. So he's represented here by the head of the community association, Prince Alalade, to collect his award. So last but not the least in that category is for a posthumous award, Lifetime Achievement Award, Chief Dr. Benjamin Adigun, MFR, Slate. He was the first chairman of ODA. I'm not sure anybody is here to represent him. Okay. I think, yes, Shiva Baba will collect this on his behalf. Chief Emajilo, Distinguished Pioneering Service Award. In fact, when this award was proposed by the committee, we didn't know whether we should put him under Lifetime Achievement Award or this special category, of which is the only one. And we decided to put him under Distinguished Pioneering Service Award for the pioneering work he did with Chief Leo Ajiborisha as the first SSG. At that time, you know, they said they were but I want to share Yemeri. He combined the role of the SSG with that of the head of service at the time, and they laid the foundation for the modern Osun State that we have here today. And it's one of the elders in ODA, one of the people that inspire us to be the best we could be. Supported by Shola Fanawopo, the president of Igbajo Development Union, where Chibababa comes from. Yes, now our members who have distinguished themselves, both other national or international, and have done some and gotten new appointments since 2024, when we had this event last. There are 8 of them that are here, and I will call them one by one. One of them is somebody we honored in 2023 December, when he was appointed as the Controller General of Nigerian Customs. He is the publicity secretary of the association, and he was appointed. We honored him with General Lagbaja and Shiwetola, who was made a minister. Then General Lagbaja was chief of army staff. But today we are honoring him because in June 2025 he was elected he was the chairman of the World Custom Organization Council. All the custom organizations in the world, he is the chairman and is a Nigerian as a member of ODA. In absentia, we want to give this award and Chief Tunji Olubodi. Is somebody here to represent him officially? Sorry? Chris Adetayo. Please come and collect this award on behalf of Wale. Okay. The next one is Engineer Leye Falade, who currently is the CEO of Brunel LNG in Brunel, but he was recently appointed as the CEO of Nigeria Hen LNG and will be resuming office in April. To recognize this great achievement by one of our members, we are giving him this award and recognition. It will be received by his brother, Mr. Niyi Falade, who has just been inducted as a member. It's Niyi. Professor Isaac Adewale, who is also one of our members, used to be the Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan. He used to be, again, after that, became the Federal Minister for Health, and is one of the ambassador designates who are confirmed recently. I know he sent me a message that he traveled abroad and will be arriving tonight, but somebody here will be collecting this on his behalf. Subinga will be collecting this award on behalf of Professor Isaac Adewale. The next one is again one of our founding members, who was one of the people that started this association, on his behalf, because Shiva Omolo is the Ashiwaju of Igbajo. Another member we are recognizing today is Otumba Adetunji Oyebanji. Otumba is one of our members. Is here. I know you had to rush all the way from Igbogon. One of our members, Baba Adetunji Adewi, is today being. The next one is Prince Abimbola Olashore. I think it's the DG of Nigeria British Chamber of Commerce should be representing him. When he called me 2 days ago that he didn't know about this event on time, he had booked his flight to travel last night, I think, and he said he really wanted to be here, but he will have to change his ticket. And he told me the millions of that. I said, no, don't worry, Bimbola. Don't worry, just give us 50% of that in our post, and you can go to wherever you want to go, and somebody else can come and represent you here. So I hope we'll be able to get 50% of that money. You had to fly in from Canada for this award. A few months ago, also, he was elected as the first black member, not the first Nigerian, not the first African, no, the first black member of the Hampton Chamber of Commerce in New Brunswick, Canada. Member of the board of the member of the board of Hampton Chamber of Commerce, and he has his bread is the most popular bread in New Brunswick. They call it Niger Atlantic bread. Niger Atlantic bread. That is the business he does, and he sold in all the supermarkets in that city in Canada. Working young man, becoming a professor at 39 in the real field of computer engineering. In fact, his field is not computer. I mean, I can't remember the signal, some complicated kind of thing. I mean, for him to become that in Awolowo University at that young age, in spite of the other thing that he does, and it's a great example of a motivated academic. He's not only involved in academics, he's also doing a lot of things, translating his academic something into entrepreneurship and business, and also encouraging the younger ones. So congrats, Shegun. So that's the last time. That's the last. Hey, no. So the last category of award, we did this 2 years ago for 2 non-members who have achieved greatness in their field of endeavor, and we are happy today to say that those 2 are now members of the association. The first one here on this list, I'm not sure is there. He said he has a program today because he's a very busy person, running different entertainment program. Mr. Isaac Olaiwola, aka Lai Wasabi. I don't think anybody's here. Wasabi. Then the next one is Miss Rashidat Ajibade. I think she's the captain of the Nigerian Super Falcon, Nigeria women lady football team. And last but not the least is that very popular musician, entertainer, and celebrity, Mr. David Adeleke, aka Davido. So we are giving him an award, and that one award is going to be received by his cousin, Mr. Tunji Adeleke, on his behalf. So thank you very much. That is the end of the award category. So I want to give the mic back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for all the awards awardees. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, we have just about 10 or 15 more minutes to go, and we appreciate the fact that you are here with us, because there will be photo ops immediately after by all the awardees.
The uncle of Rashidat is here, so you want to collect the award from Mikiru on our behalf.
Immediately after this moment, we're going to have a brief photo ops. And before I invite His Excellency upstate to address this forum, we heartily appreciate the presence of the former head of the Civil Service of the Federation of Nigeria, Professor Oladapo Afolabi, CFR. Please, can we put our hands together for his honor? You're welcome, sir. We started reading about you from the newspaper. Reverend Bumi Jenyo would still like for the Chairman Planning Committee, Chief Dr. Bamidele Alimi, the Chairman ODA, Dr. Shegwaino, to also step out with him. Yes, sir. Yeah, exactly. We want you to step out because we need to take press photography, and we'd like us to do that straight away while their excellencies have been very patient with us. Immediately after Mr. Governor's speech, their excellencies will also take photographs with Dr. Shegwaino, Professor Luaino, and some other members, and the chairman of the event. Yes. Where are you? All right. The chairman of the event, our mother, Engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka MFR. I don't know, it's up here. Mommy is supposed to be here. Members of EXCO of ODA should be ready immediately after this. Members of EXCO of ODA, please. Is that what? The chairperson of the event is moving gradually, regally, royally upstage. And I can see Dr. Tunji Olubodi ready to give mommy a hand. Thank you very much. Oma Sheru Efen, you know, you have done well. And also be ready to support mommy when she's moving off stage. Their Excellencies, Ashiwaju Colonel Theophilus Aduragbemi Bamigboye, His Excellency Benedict Alabi, His Excellency Navy Captain Anthony Udofia, would like you to please step up immediately after now for this press photography. And please, we would like the whole house to be intact when His Excellency the Governor of Osun State delivers his speech. Okay. Sir? Yes, sir. I've already invited them. Your Excellency, sir. One of the schools that Navy Captain Anthony Obi built in Oshogbo was named after him. I wouldn't know if he's aware of that. That is Anthony Udofia Primary School beside Oshogbo Grammar School. That's where it is. It's still there, sir. All right. And I told Koneba Migboye at that time, let's name this super complex Koneba Migboye shopping complex. He said, no, don't name it. But I know that in the future, Reverend Bumije Enyo, representing Mr. Governor here today, will invite him back to Osun to immortalize his name in Osun because he did well. Your Excellency, sir, I know that you would like to listen to the address of the current governor of Osun State. Please, let's be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the microphone, His Excellency Ashiwaju Dr. Ademola Nuruddin Jackson Adeleke. Please, can you put your hands together for His Excellency, please?
Can we get seated, please? Can we get seated, please? Gentlemen and ladies, can we get seated, please? This speech, when I say I, it's not me, Reverend Dr. Bumije Enyo, but I'm referring to my principal, Senator Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke. So when you hear I, it's not me, it's my principal. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed members of Osun Development Association, member of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the government and the good people of Osun State. It is a profound honor to receive ODA State Leadership Appreciation Award from the Osun Development Association. I stand humbled by this recognition and deeply grateful for your acknowledgement of our administration unwavering planning in driving progress. Today, as we mark 30th of ODA transformative journey, I must commend you for your love for Osun State and your passion to see it grow. I reflect proudly on our administration milestones since taking the oath of office, guided by 5-point agendas: welfare, economic growth, homegrown infrastructure, people-focused policies, and agro-based industrialization. Investment in learning environment has propelled Osun State up in national examinations and equipped our youth for a brighter future. I'm happy when the guest speaker was speaking. Madam Chairperson said earlier on we were 33 on the ranking of education before my principal came into office. But today, we are number 7. From 33 to number 7. On health care, upgraded facilities, expanded health insurance, and enhanced service delivery has positioned Osun as a beacon of quality care. You can hear the speaker saying that Osun is now number 4. And in the last 2 years, Osun has been receiving $500,000 because of our health care. Kudos to Governor Ademola Adeleke. Workers' welfare, prompt payment of salaries, pension, and rebuild trust and restore dignity for our workforce. As a matter of fact, over 33 months of salaries that was owned by previous administration, Mr. Governor has paid over 30 months now as we speak. Economic growth. Initiatives in entrepreneurship, commerce and industry, digital economy, tourism and cooperative are igniting sustainable prosperity. In the commerce and industry sector, we have unlocked the new opportunities. The 2024 Osun Industrial Investment Summit and the 2025 Osun State Dinner and Industrial Investment Roundtable drawn local and global investors, spotlighting our state vast potential in investment. We have also revitalized the Living Spring Free Trade Zone in Ede, creating a dynamic hub for industrial expansion. As a fallout of direct and indirect job for Osun youth by the grace of God. This is to reduce the poverty rate that the speaker mentioned that we are number 31. In the next few years, that will be reduced by the grace of God. The Osun State government has also improved the ease of doing business in the state through provision of incentives, interventions, and enabling investment environment to boost economic, industrial activities. We are therefore laying a solid foundation in conjunction with Osun Development Association and attracting strategic investment in different sectors of our economy. This is as a result of our bold vision to reposition Osun as a center of commercial, industrial, and economic activities in the southwest Nigeria. Osun State is now recognized as one of the most investment-friendly states in Nigeria because of the ease of doing business that Mr. Governor have created. As we celebrate here decades of ODA contribution to Osun State's social economic growth, we are reminded of the power of partnership and the inclusivity in shaping our state future. Let us continue working together to harness our resources, promote innovation, and build a brighter future for all Osun citizens. Together, we will forge ahead, steadfast in our mandate to serve the people and build a thriving Osun State. May God bless Osun Development Association. May God bless Osun State. May God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Reverend Gentleman and Honorable Commissioner for Commerce in Osun State, representing His Excellency. Now we're going to move on swiftly to the cutting of the anniversary cake. And God so good, we had their Excellencies still very much around. And we're going to be calling the Chairman ODA, congratulating him for a very, very successful outing. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Dr. Shegun Lawrence, I know, whoever will step out. Can we put our hands together for him once again? And I don't really know, our mother, his spouse, has not been stepping out since the beginning of this program. May I respectfully invite our darling sister, the wife of the chairman, to also step out, please, if only for the purpose of photography. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the wife of the man who is making things work here. If mommy has not been very, very excellent in the kitchen, this chairman will not be looking so wonderfully handsome the way he is. Thank you, sir. Daddy Professor Oluwainosa, the anniversary cake is here. Their Excellencies, Baba Boaba, and our mother, please can we all step out? We'll just be taking it. Ladies and gentlemen,
Excuse me, sir.
ladies and gentlemen, I have been saddled with the responsibility to conduct the supervision of the cake. Where is the knife? Be careful. It mustn't drop. Be careful. Can we have Mr. Chairman put his hand on the knife? And Madam Chairman, can we also have their excellencies extend their hands towards the cake stand? Ladies and gentlemen, may today be the beginning of a more rapid development, growth, prosperity for our dear state Osun. When I spell the acronym of the Osun Development Association, that will signal the cutting of the cake. When I say oh, you say oh. O D A. Can we put our hands together? Thank you very much, sir. Can we have, after the excellencies, can we have the next set? That's the organizing committee to please step out. Exco. Please, can we have members of the Exco? I hope I'm going to have the opportunity of having a photograph taken with their excellencies before they go. Exco, please. Yes, sir. Exco, please. Oga, am I no, sir? I can hear for Tale Mejo. Exco, please. Exco, members of Exco. Excellency, sir. Oga, am I no, sir? Navy Captain Anthony Udofia, you promised me that we're going to have a photograph taken after this event. Just to remind you, sir. Exco members, please. Vice Chairman, Dr. Tunji Olubodi, and other members of EXCO, please, let's make it snappy. Ajirowa of Africa, and other members of EXCO, please, can we have you here with us? Please. I thank Your Excellency, sir. Members of EXCO, please, can we have, yes, please, can we pan out? Women are the salt of life. Our mothers should intersperse in between. My mother, Professor Beckestedt. Yes, I think it's good that you are there. Another woman here. Women of virtue. Can we have the hand on the knife and her hands extended, please? Photographers, this is for you, please. Photojournalists, this is for you. We are giving you 2 minutes for this, please. If you are okay, you say hi. Yes, sir. Are you okay? Now, members of the planning committee, organizing committee, Dr. Alimi, please. Can we have you lead others here, please? Dr. Alimi, let's make it snappy, sir. Dr. Alimi, please, we are waiting. Members of the organizing committee, quickly. Quickly. Thank you very much. All right. Photographers, are you okay? Thank you very much. Classic Meals, thank you very much. Dr. Olubodi, you are expected to please address vote of thanks.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our time is past spent, so I'll just say all protocols duly observed. My task is a very simple one. It's just to say thank you to us all. And I'd like to say 30 years ago, some people who are led by God were given a vision to start this association, and that's why we're all here today. So first and foremost, we are grateful to God, and we are grateful to them that they allow God to use them to give them the vision of ODA. So to all the founding fathers, we say thank you. To all members of our BOT, we say thank you. To all our leaders that are here and that are past and present, and when I say leaders, I mean those God has given the opportunity to lead us as governors and as military administrators, we say thank you. We say thank you to the members of the BOT, the Board of Trustees. We say thank you to all the members of ESCO that are here today. We say thank you above all and more exceptionally to His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, Senator Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke, ably represented by Reverend Jeyo. We say thank you, a special thank you to His Excellency for making this a very, very significant event for him to attend. We say thank you to all members of ODA that are here present and those who have joined us virtually. We say thank you to our guest speaker who has departed, Mr. Neil Yusuf. We say thank you to our very distinguished chairman of today, who you can see has ably carried us through in the person of engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka. Thank you very much. Above all, we say thank you also to the members of the organizing committee. As you can tell, I always say there's nothing like a small event. And the fact that this event has gone very smooth sailing today, and we are all at this point, is the reason why we owe them a great deal of appreciation and applause. But perhaps above all, I'd like to say a special thank you to the chairman of ODA. The truth is that, yes, we do have a committee in place, but anybody that knows Dr. Segun Ayeno knows how very hands-on he is. So every single thing here today has been so choreographed and has the signature involvement of Dr. Ayeno in it, and that's why we can proudly say today's event has been a success. So we thank you all for being here. We thank God for the ability for us to all do what we've done today, and for those who have joined us virtually. We look forward to the next 30 years of ODA, and we pray that God will continue to bless the ODA. Thank you also to the indefatigable MC Barrister Yeshiku, who has always done very well each time we call him to come to assist us with such duty. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you. God bless you.
Ẹ̀fẹ̀ kò ní jẹ́ ń yọ̀, ìwọ tó ń fẹ́ wà láńgbó máa sì títí. Bùnmi olúwa olórin máa jẹ́ yọ̀, ìwọ tó ṣọ́ wa ní ìdánwò ráyé. Ẹ̀fẹ̀ kò ní iná lòdò ọ̀la rẹ̀. Your Excellency, bàbá ìwọ láwọn máa sìn. Bàbá ìwọ láwọn máa sìn. Jẹ́ yọ̀, ìwọ tó fẹ́ wà láwọn máa sìn títí. Bàbá ìwọ láwọn máa sìn, bẹ̀rẹ̀ bàbá ìwọ láwọn máa bọ̀, ìwọ tó fẹ́ wà láwọn máa sí títí, ìwọ lógo ọlá rẹ̀, ìwọ tó súre sóòrùn tàbí sáyé, táyé fi lórí jẹ́ o, àwọn ẹni tirẹ̀ kọ́ máa yọ títí, wọ́n tún yẹ ní iṣẹ́ rẹ̀. Bàbá ìwọ ni, bàbá ìwọ láwà sí, ọ̀gbìn àyìnà, bàbá ìwọ láwà mọ́, ìwọ tó fẹ́ aláwà sí títí, ìwọ lòdò ọ̀la rẹ̀. Gbogbo wáyé wà ní bí orúkọ rẹ̀. oyè bá mi jí àwọn ọ̀run ṣẹlẹ̀ rí ọmọ olùbalẹ̀ níwájú ìtẹ́ rẹ̀ oyè bá mi jí ẹtì tóbi tó ọ̀gbìn àìmọ́ Jésù oyè mo ní ọ̀túnba ọ̀túnba ayíyáyíyó ọ̀túnba Adétúnjí ayíyáyíyó Adéfòkúnbọ̀ mo bá rògbò ayíyáyíyó oyè bá mi jí àwọn pélé rálínú ayíyáyíyó ọ̀túnba ara Adétúnjí ayíyáyíyó ọ̀túnba ara Adéfòkúnbọ̀ ayíyáyíyó ọlọ́láyé mo bá rògbò dáadáa ayíyáyíyó agbègbè ṣùgbọ́n mẹ́ra tó ṣínà ayíyáyíyó ọ̀túnba ara Adétúnjí mo kì í sí ayíyáyíyó àwòtí pélépélé ayíyáyíyó Adéṣínà mi sáà ayíyáyíyó àwòrán Adétúnjí Adélékè ayíyáyíyó Dr. Adéwọlá Ọdẹ́yẹmí ayíyáyíyó Professor Ṣẹ́gun Àyìndé ayíyáyíyó Professor Fáyọ̀sẹ̀ Ọ̀nàrẹ̀wájú ayíyáyíyó Professor Hakeem Subo ayíyáyíyó láti ìbándàrí mo bá rògbò ayíyáyíyó ọ̀túnba mo bá rògbò ayíyáyíyó ọ̀la nínú mi Yusufa ayíyáyíyó dámítọ́jú gbogbo ODA ayíyáyíyó ODA mo kí wọn dáadáa ayíyáyíyó àfikún gbogbo mi alónì ayíyáyíyó ẹnjìnà Juliana Adúgbà ayíyáyíyó ọlọ́lá mi bá rògbò ayíyáyíyó gbogbo ODA ayíyáyíyó ọgbà mi kí ó di òru ayíyáyíyó gbogbo ODA ayíyáyíyó gbogbo ODA ayíyáyíyó gbogbo ODA pátápátá ayíyáyíyó ayíyáyíyó gbogbo ODA ló bá rògbò ayíyáyíyó ayíyáyíyó òbí ọmọ mi tẹ̀lé òbí ọmọ. Àfẹ́sáyọ̀ òbí ọmọ mi tẹ̀lé òbí ọmọ. Ọ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀ ibi tí bá ti bọ̀ ọ̀gbọ̀gbì wá. Àfẹ́sáyọ̀ òbí ọmọ mọ̀mọ̀mọ̀ ibi ọmọ. Òbí ọmọ mi tẹ̀lé òbí ọmọ. Ọ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀ ibi tí bá ti bọ̀ ọ̀gbọ̀gbì wá. Ẹ̀yìn tí lójú lòdò rẹ̀. Ògbìnàrè ti ṣẹ́kù fún ẹ. Àṣẹ̀dáyọ̀ gbogbo ní tèmi pẹ̀lẹ́. Ọ̀nìmọ̀lá mi máa rògbò. Ó ní wábò tí Jésù mi ṣe fún mi. Wábò tí Jésù mi ṣe fún mi. Wábò tí Jésù mi fún mi. Tó bá ṣe fún mi, máa gbowó lọ́wọ́. Adétayọ̀ ó ṣe tó fún báyọ̀ mi kó náwó dúró. Bàbá ni mo rí bá. Ọlọ́run mi ó ṣe tuntun báyọ̀ mi kó náwó dúró. Ara rere ẹ̀wọ̀n bá mi yọ. Ó ní Almighty God, hallelujah. Hallelujah. That's the most